Greetings and salutations, and welcome to another episode of Watch World. If you don't know by now, it's the show about everything and nothing all at the same time. You just never know what you may get or not get. TGIF, everybody. Hope y'all doing well out there in YouTube landia. Man, it was a beautiful day here today. Wasn't too bad. Finally got some showers came through the area this afternoon. Yeah, it went from being sunny and hardly any clouds to within an hour it was like completely dark and looked like mayhem everywhere around us. It's pretty light, pretty I don't know what you call it, surge, whatever type of storm came through. The wind was absolutely horrible. Uh, Lightning was crazy. I don't think I've seen that many lightning strikes and I don't know how long. And me and my coworker was going down the road coming back in this afternoon, and it looked like lightning struck the road up ahead of us. We didn't see it hit the ground, but it just was over the tree line, and we kind of joked like, "Oh man, we're fixing to run right into that." And then got up the road just a little piece, and man, I guess it was lightning hit. Lightning struck a huge oak tree. It looks like it just split it right down the middle. Uh, had half the road covered up, but shoot, man, it was raining and pouring down, and the wind was so bad you couldn't do nothing with it. But, yeah, it got pretty nasty here for I don't know about an hour or so. Yeah, it went from perfectly calm to felt like we was right in the middle of some hurricane force winds in no time. Terry King, good evening. Good to see you. Hope all is well. You ain't gonna do it. Ain't no need to think about it if you ain't gonna do it. It was hot today. We stayed in the with the heat index, it was still in the hundreds, but it was the low hundreds. But once that shower came, man, it just cooled everything off. We're probably about, I don't know, it definitely feels a lot cooler tonight compared to the other nights. And then on top of that, I wake up this morning, laying there, getting myself prepared for the Friday festivities, and I'm like, damn, man, it's just like hot in here. It's muggy. I said, what the hell done happened to the AC? And got up and checked it, and man, it said it was like, I don't know, it said it was like 80 degrees in there. I said, man, what the hell's going on? Got up, checked the thermostat. Everything was operating and everything was blowing. But I said, oh man, don't tell me the AC done crapped the bed. But I called a buddy of mine to come out. He works on heating and air. He came out and checked it. I don't know, just wear and tear over time. There was, like he said, there was a little tiny pinhole hole in there, and then whatever coolant or whatever was in there had just evaporated, ran its course. So he patched it up, got me filled up. Shoot, man, that thing's blowing like a champ now. I mean, it was blowing great before, but yeah, he put that coolant in there or whatever they got to do to it. Man, it was like a whole new unit. Oh, thank God for that. Didn't cost me nothing. It's good to have a friend of a friend that you can exchange favors for. But yeah, we got some rain here this evening. Probably about between 3 and 5. It rained pretty good here in my area. About 3:30 to 5 o'clock. It poured down. Felt like we was right in the middle of a hurricane again. Mm, sorry to hear that. Yeah, I thought this week was gonna be kind of wonky with just different things going on, possible schedule shifting, but I don't know. Work went as good as possible, and definitely felt like the week just kind of melted away. It didn't linger. Was able to get a few things closed out today. Yeah, I wouldn't. They said that there was like a 25-30% chance, and they said it wasn't supposed to be that bad. They said some stronger stuff could be coming in this weekend, but definitely came a little earlier than expected. But it all worked out well. Got home in time, cleaned up, freshened up, put my Friday boot scooting boogie gear on, and went on out on the town for a little while. Nothing too major, you know. Just had to step out and show them that it could still be done. Show them I still had it, you know. Yeah. The rain we got a shit within an hour. I don't know how much rain we got. It definitely dumped a good bit. Filled up all my rain catchment buckets, which that was much needed. Heck, most of them was about on E. A few of them were on E. Got everything filled up. Didn't have to worry about watering the gardens today. Depends on what we get tomorrow. Might not have to water them tomorrow. Oh yeah, Cheryl. Sometimes you just got to put on your Friday boot scooting boogie gear and just step out. Just step out. Do a little strutting. Flex your wings a little bit. Some people think you ain't got it no more when they ain't seen you in a while. Sometimes you got to go out there and cut a few rugs. Let them know why you are the reigning boot scooting boogie champion of Augusta, Georgia. You know. Oh yeah. Yeah. Went out, got me something to eat with a friend of mine. Listened to some good music. Cut a few rugs and called it an early night. You ain't been out strutting in a while, and they see you come in. You can't be out there all night. Just go in there, give them a couple of hours worth of show, and just get the heck out of there when they ain't looking. Just run out the back door. Oh, it happened. It definitely happened. I'm pretty sure I made somebody's fake book timeline, but usually I charge for that type of stuff. But being this Friday, feel good Friday, I just let them get their videos, their flash photography. Didn't do any autographs, so I let them get their paparazzi on when they can. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, mine's been growing like crazy. I got I don't know. I thought I had five going, but I think it's just one of them kind of, I don't know what happened. Either something happened to one of them, or I got the plants confused and I got them mixed up into something else. I don't think nothing died, but I thought I had more basil going than what I did. But I got the what was it, the mammoth variety going. I've got the I'm not sure the exact variety. It's like a spicy basil. Uh, I got a what they call a cinnamon basil. It's got a it's got a completely different taste of its own, and the smell is amazing. And I got a like, I don't know what the fourth kind is. It just, I guess, your standard generic basil. I know there's a lot of different types of varieties, but yeah, the mammoth, the spicy basil, the cinnamon basil, and then your standard. And I'll use a lot of it. I clip some, dry it out for dry seasoning, and then some of them I'll give away. Usually I grow a bunch of purple basil, but man, it did so well last year. I didn't even bother. I got so much dried up and put back of that stuff. But yeah, usually I grow the purple variety, or what they call the opal basil. It all of them seem to do well, but that one does exceptionally well. But yeah, I didn't even bother planting no more of it this year. I said I got so much. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No, no, no. Shoot, I forgot. I lost track how many I got. I got some in containers, some planted along my tomatoes, some throughout different raised beds. I just got them plugged in everywhere, you know. I usually do dill. Dill does pretty well here in my area. Even when I keep like a bunch and let it go to seed and do its thing, so I can have seeds for the next year. Shoot, there's a lot of most times when I plant it, if I just let it go naturally, the next year never feels like clockwork. I have dill popping up all over the place, in and around where I done planted it. It's done fell down and got down in there, but yeah, I didn't plant any this year. I had a bunch of seeds and I said I was gonna get around to it, but I didn't. Hey, believe it or not, I still got a bunch of dill that I dried up, dehydrated from heck, season before last, and last year. But dill, I try to plant it early because it. I don't know. I don't know if it's the varieties I got or just here in my area it gets so hot quick. I like a lot of that stuff. It just wants to start going to seed, start molting so early. Garrett, good to see you, Garrett. I hope all is well. Oh yeah, gotta have jalapenos. Jalapenos are a must. Definitely sunflowers. I try to do a little mix. Uh, I like the giant ones, you know, but I also like to plant the dwarf varieties. They seem to do well. They don't last. They don't last as long as the giant ones because they grow pretty fast, produce pretty fast. But yeah, I grew a bunch of them last year and they did well. Saved a bunch of seeds to replant this year, and the dwarf varieties are perfect. Like if you're gonna cut some flowers or have some fresh flowers inside, those dwarf varieties work perfect. Especially some of them, man. You'll plant a seed and some of them will get two or three heads that pop up on there. Pretty cool. Parsley. Hmm. Yeah, I got I try to grow a little bit of all that. I don't have any. I've never grown any rosemary, which they say is pretty easy to grow once it gets going. But need to get me some going. especially good fresh herbs. You know, can't beat it, especially from the garden. Oh yeah, yeah. Them tomatoes and stuff I took out there to my mom's from stuff I got started back in spring. Yeah, I had to beef up her security around her fence because the deer didn't get into them, but they definitely were making an attempt to. But I planted a bunch of different grasses, different flowers, extra seeds. I just kind of wildly sowed, kind of like at the edge, the one edge of the property where they usually move through and travel. So that I don't know, seems to be working well. They hadn't got into the main garden, and she said it looks like stuff's been out there eating the stuff at the woods, so that's good. Maybe they're getting it, getting diverted and redirected before they get to the main stuff, the good stuff. For the most part, the deer here where I live right now on this piece of property, it's not too bad. The only things I really got to contend with is every now and then a squirrel will get over in one of my raised beds or something. I don't even think they're really after my plants. I think they're just burying stuff or looking for stuff. But it messed up one of my strawberry plants. Um, but yeah, the occasional squirrel, which is every blue moon, and every now and then a rabbit will creep its way through the fence line and get in. But I know once I transition and move out to the new property this coming year, I'm definitely gonna have to get me a clear it out, get me some fences up, get some things secured because everything's out there. I mean, there's tons of deer out there on that property. I went out there not too long ago, just kind of getting the lay of the land again, filling things out, kind of visually preparing it in my mind how I want to set it up, do everything, and yeah, I walked back to to the creek, and man, from the creek to where I'm gonna be setting up my place at, yeah, it's just deer tracks galore. So by the time I make the move, I have everything in order and set up. Definitely gonna have a fence around the gardens for sure. Uh, Play it by ear and see how we need to go. We got to add booby traps. We may just have to add some booby traps. You know, I'll allow it. Oh yeah, they would definitely get in there. Yeah, same here. I thought the sun would kind of, where the heat would get to them, but yeah, yeah, zucchinis and certain varieties of squash and summer squash. If you can get it before it gets absolutely hot, yeah, I mean, it's like that stuff grows overnight. You'll go out there and pick a whole basket and go back out there the next day, and you'll be like, damn. But it's good. I ain't complaining. I done gave a bunch of squash and zucchini away. I done put a bunch of squash and zucchini up. Heck, I done ate on a bunch of it. I'll cook it up like in a, uh, I'll cook it up and saute it, or I'll put it in a stir fry. Zucchini is one of them things. It's pretty versatile. You can do a lot with it. I even take it sometimes and get some zucchini out the garden and kind of slice it kind of thin, but not too thin, thick enough where you can kind of fry it. And I'll just put like a light little breading over it, kind of fry it, and then make a pasta to go along with it. Oh man, you talk about some good stuff. That's probably like one of the better pastas that I've made that you don't even have to add meat to it, and it's just one of them things. It's that good. Imagine you could add meat to it. I don't know, depending on what you like. I don't know. Maybe steak, maybe some shrimp. I don't know, but yes, I forget. There's a specific name for that type of recipe. I looked it up years ago. Basically, it's just a an Italian style zucchini pasta. Yeah, man, I eat a whole pan of that stuff. Not right now, of course. I'm completely stuffed. Yeah, I don't even know if I don't know if apricots grow around here. I haven't. I've never grown any. I don't know anybody that does. I'm not saying they don't. I don't know what type of climate or environment they need, but no tacos tonight. I went against the grain. You know, went out with a friend of mine. We uh, went out for a little bit. Then we went and got a what do you call it? Like a hibachi, where you sit down and they cook it all in front of you. Uh, yeah, that was pretty good. It's one of those hibachi style restaurants. You can half of it you can just sit down at the booth and order everything, or you could sit down in front of the big hibachi table, and you know, unless you're with a big party, if it's just like two people, you're gonna be sitting with other people. But you sit down, you order, tell them what you want, and then they come out, portion it all up, fry up the rice, fry up the eggs, fry up the noodles, fry up the vegetables, and then whatever meat you want. So steak and I got the steak and shrimp combo with all the veggies, rice, noodles, and it comes with a salad. It comes with a bowl of I don't know what kind of soup it is. Really, it's just like broth, but man, it looks like nothing. But man, that broth has just got so much flavor in it. That I got me a what do they call it? It's like a tuna roll, like a spicy, crunchy tuna roll, sushi. Got one of those, and shoot, yeah, we both ate good. And shoot, I've got a whole to go plate stuff because man, they load you up with food there. They give you so much rice, vegetables, noodles, tons of meat, and then anytime you go there, they always bring a little extra. And you know, as he's cooking and something gets ready, he say, "Hey, you want a piece of this?" And, you know, he'll chunk you a piece of steak or a shrimp, whatever you want. They do the whole show. It's pretty cool. For the price, you can't really beat it. And then when you go in there, it's the same price whether you order hibachi and they bring it to your table, or you order the hibachi where they cook in front of you. So you might as well get that. You know, it's like getting dinner and a show all in one. You know. Oh yeah. I'm a eater. You know, I've trimmed down a little bit. This summer I usually lose a few pounds, but I'm still close to 300 pounds. I could put down some groceries. And shoot, man, I ate good the whole time I was there, and brought a whole another full container back. Now the container looks like you just got it fresh. You're like, damn. But yeah, they hook you up. Wasn't too bad. And it's like, I don't know. It's not really Chinese. I guess it's like Asian style food, but sometimes you'll go out and man, you could eat Chinese or Asian, whatever your choice is to you. Just you know, you can't take it no more. You got to unbutton your pants. You got to take your shoes off. And then about an hour, hour and a half later, you're like, damn, did I even eat today? You know, it's like, how the hell can it just disappear that quick? I don't know what it is, MSG or whatever they put into it. You know, I ate 3 pounds of fried rice, half a slab of baby back ribs, and then hour and a half later, I'm like, damn, man, I'm feeling malnourished. You know, feel like I just didn't eat nothing. But I don't know, this one's different. Every time I went there, man, it kind of just sticks with you. Hell, I ate what? Hell, I ate 3 hours ago. Still trying to fight off the meat coma, the meat sweats coma. You ain't right. I used to date this Asian chick. That's what she called me. She called me wonton what? I love you, wonton what? I love you a long time. Ultimately, she didn't love me long enough. You know, it wasn't that long. It was beautiful. It was great while it lasted. You know, but unfortunately, my Asian alias wonton what was short lived. Appreciate you bringing back. That's a little piece of nostalgia. How the heck did you even know that? There's a spicy something soup, just broth looking. Let's see. I just been rambling about nothingness. What the heck did I miss? Right. But then again, it's Canadia. Canadia. That might have been the name of it. That might have been that might have been the name of the soup. I don't know. There was nothing in it. It had well, no, I take that back. It was like some thinly sliced dehydrated mushrooms. I don't know if anybody ever had like dehydrated mushrooms and you make your soup, you make your broth, you put them in there, and heck, it don't take much. A minute or so, they rehydrated like they were cooked in there. But yeah, you could tell they're dehydrated mushrooms, but they're still packed with flavor. But they're like thinly sliced, and it's just that and that broth. But man, yeah, I don't know what they do. I don't know if they make it or if it's something that they bought and just heat up. But yeah, it had some, surprised me how much flavor it had in it. No, this one didn't have no tofu. No, this one maybe it wasn't the kind I'm thinking of then, but no, this was just like a real rich, savory broth. Had some dehydrated mushrooms in it. I don't know. Maybe there's different versions. I don't know. I'm confusing myself. Man, they used to be my mom's friend. They used to. We was younger. The church we went to, we was younger. We go to this church sometimes, and once a month they would have a. I don't know what they called it, like a friends and family dinner. You know, you didn't have to be no member. You didn't have to be whatever it was. You know, just show up, bring a dish. Even if you didn't bring a dish, there was always plenty to eat. You know, people was always welcome. But there was this older lady, and she used to make these. I don't know what the heck that was called, but it was she used pecans, those little crunchy Asian noodles, and I'm not a big fan of it now. But she used, I guess it was like white chocolate, and she would mix like the pecans, those. She would crunch up the Asian noodles a little bit. They were like I don't know. She probably just broke them in half, but that those crunchy Asian noodles, pecans, white chocolate, and there might have been something else in it. But yeah, it was just I don't know, like these little cookie shaped things. And man, it probably sounds horrible, but oh man, I could eat a dozen of them things right now. I don't know what the heck they were called. I ain't never had them nowhere else, seen them nowhere else. Um, man, them things was good. I don't know if anybody in chat even knows what the heck I'm talking about. Oh, you ordered number 69? Haha! 269 to go. No soup for you. Yeah, yeah. Just it's horrible, Cheryl. Just whatever you do not Google. Do not Google it. Don't Google. Some things just don't need to be known in Google. Dang. Mm. Knock on wood. I tried a lot of different things, you know. I'm not saying I'll try. I ain't gonna say I'll try anything once. You know, some things that I was just like, nah, I definitely ain't tried that. Not in my wildest deep fried baby back, triple boiled with extra fat, wildest food nightmares. I'm like, nah. But I don't know. It's pecans, you know. It's pecans. You know it's the pecans. I don't know. People say pecans. People say pecans. I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know. I'm starting to question my own sanity now at this point. You know, I'm starting to think maybe the hell I got it wrong the whole time. I've been trying to correct everybody else. Maybe I got it wrong. See, now Cheryl's even saying it. She's saying it in Chinese. You know what I mean? Cheryl done went bilingual on me. I'm slowly fading away into nothingness. Cheryl's just learning extra languages and learning how to properly say pecan. But if you go back on that one video I posted when I went to the Stuckey's world famous candy factory 101 we have here, they got this giant mural. Uh, I'm pretty sure you can see it in the video I posted, but they got this big mural and it's got a lot of different like local legends, Georgia thing that makes Georgia, Georgia. And at the side of it, it says it is pronounced P can. So I do have actual proof that what I'm saying is true. You know, even if nobody else will back me up, not even Google. But I do have videological proof, ladies and gentlemen. I do have the receipts. And Garvey, good to see you. Who else we got creeping in here? Annalise. Annalisa, good to see you. Hope all is well. But I do have videological proof. Could be. Could be. Sometimes those type of people and those type of wavelengths do line up, you know. It is possible. It's not impossible, you know. I don't think it's impossible or impossible. Oh, no doubt. Pekingese definitely matters, you know. Who the heck do you think you are to not even have it on your radar of things to know and watch, you know? Pekingese. I think I dated a girl that was a Pekingese one time. That might have been something different. That might have been, I don't know. It might have been Portuguese. I don't know. Same, not the same. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh yeah, dude. It's shoot. Which side of the Mason Dixon line? Which side of the state? Which side of the railroad tracks? I'm steadily meeting people. I'm steadily meeting new people. That's just, you know, some say they've been here their whole life. Some people say they just, you know, they relocated at some point, and I'm like, nah, there ain't no way. You sound like you are a full blown Midwestern, but just kind of who you was raised up around, different people, different families, you know. Sometimes being around certain people or certain families, you kind of start sounding alike or different things, you know. Certain accents may fade away. So I think some accents they're just so strong it don't matter where you relocate. on the globe. It's just gonna be with you, especially if you stay here in the States, you know. You're always gonna have a piece of it. There you go. Yeah, yeah, cornbread and peanut butter sandwiches, baby. What you know about that? Is there really a place called Trailer Park, Texas? That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious if there was a place called Trailer Park, you know, the city of Trailer Park, where all your wildest hopes and dreams can come true or completely disintegrate into the evening sun, you know. Welcome to all that is Trailer Park, USA. Oh yeah, yeah, we loading that jugger down like a baby back slab of ribs. You know, throw some of that honey on there. You got it by the gallon. Shoot, don't hold back. Not hold back. Slathered, battered, and tethered. Gotta have it. Hold on, wait a minute. What does this say here? Hold on. What does that say? There is an there is a Uranus, Missouri. Damn. If there was a Uranus in the United States, my money probably would have been on Alabama or no offense, maybe Arkansas, you know. No offense to the Arkansanians or the Arkansasians that may be here tonight. I do love you and appreciate you. But Uranus, Missouri. Oh man. So we do have Uranians. We do have people from Uranus here in the United States, ladies and gentlemen. It has been confirmed. Hmm. Yeah, every state's got them weird places like that. Like I think we got a North Pole, Georgia, Tiger, Georgia, uh, all different type of different names, you know. Oh yeah, hot water cornbread. If you know, you know. Now that is something you can Google. You know, definitely can do that. Hot water cornbread, yeah. Hot water cornbread or a good some good fried cornbread with some cracklings in it, you know, or some a good hoe cake. We still got a few restaurants around here. You go in there, and when it gets down to figure out what type of bread you want, they ask you want a roll, a biscuit, or a hoe cake. Cornbread, you know, get all your bread. Frog Jump, Tennessee. I can believe that. I can see that about Tennessee. I can see some frog jumping going on up there. Purgatory, Rhode Island. I still have not met anybody from Rhode Island. I'm still starting to debate as suspect. Is it even really a place, you know? Is it a road? Is it an island? Is it a state? Obviously, it's purgatory, ladies and gentlemen. Tarzan, Texas. And that would be interesting. Hopefully, they would have it set up with some type of, I don't know, a Tarzan theme, maybe. Tarzan, Texas. Interesting. We got towns called Mainly and Fertile. Huh. Two separate two separate towns, or man, that'd be weird if it was Mainly and Fertile. Knock 'em stiff. Knock 'em stiff in Ohio. Huh. Take that how you want it, you know? Where you from, buddy? Shit. A little town in the middle of Ohio. Knock 'em stiff. Knock 'em stiff. Home of the Knock 'em Stiff Nighthawks. Shout out to the Knock 'em Stiff Nighthawks. Not sure. I ain't even gonna lie, I hadn't been on much on the interwebs or the YouTube streets. Uh, got in from work, got cleaned up, and shit, ain't too long made it in right before I just decided to go live myself, maybe about an hour, but I'm not sure. Oh, that's right. Yeah, no, I take that back. She's not going live, but she's doing the backstage speakeasy where this, I believe the night, I forget which movie she's playing, but the night's movie night. Uh, it'll look like she's going live. It'll have the chat and everything, but it'll be a link, a StreamYard link and chat, just like, anytime you come up on panel, but it'll be a backstage, I believe. Not sure what movies, but yeah, definitely. I have forgot which day of the week it was. Tricked myself. Flame on. King's Ranch in Texas is bigger than the entire state of Rhode Island. Damn. I guess I'd have to look up and see how big the state of Rhode Island is. King's Ranch. How many acres is that? Shoot, you have your ranch the size of bigger than the state of Rhode Island. I mean, what the hell else you want? Damn. It might not even, you just can't even count it in acreage. It might be miles. 1,200 square miles. Oh, 10 miles apart. Two Egg, Florida. Oh, that sounds like an interesting name. I would expect to go down there and get the 2 egg special. You know, got to capitalize on a name like that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I was coming back and took a different way home than I usually did, but rode past a Waffle House, and I'm thinking, ain't that Waffle House is pretty dead, but obviously they got something going on. It ain't all the Waffle Houses, but some of them, for whatever reason, from what they say on the sign, I think it said from 7:30 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. or something like that, or from 7 to 6 or whatever it was. Yeah, you can't dine in. You can just call in, or you can go up to a little window and order the food, but you can't dine in. I'm thinking, man, that's crazy as hell. I don't never remember the Waffle House shutting down. Even when COVID hit, there might have been a couple that was shaky like for a couple of days. They really didn't know what was going on, but shit, after a couple of days, heck, even the Waffle House is open back up. I was in there thinking, man, if you didn't ate at the Waffle House at several times at some point, you worried about something being shaky to open up like COVID. I'm like, shit, you worried about the wrong things, you know? You ain't seen a Waffle House on a Friday night at 3:30 in the morning. You definitely gonna see some things that's gonna alter your mind, for the good, the bad, or the ugly. I can promise you that. Yeah, those 3:30 Waffle House trips used to be like the 1:30 Wally World trips back in the day. The pre-COVID late night trips to Wally World. Man, you go in there at 1:30 in the morning, man. You're like, who the hell are these people? You won't never see these people in any other aspect or function in society, or even in any path you could possibly take. You know, the only time you could ever see these people was at 1:30. You know, it's the night walkers. Night Walkers of the world. Beautiful people, interesting people, There was probably some Palladians. There was probably some Palladians in there now that I think about it. I didn't know what a Palladian was back then, but now that I think about it, there was definitely some highly Palladian activity. I think I just had too much Waffle House, you know what I mean? From just having so many around, and then for the longest, it's pretty cheap, affordable, especially if they had a good cook. And I knew people that worked at Waffle House at a different time, so you'd always get hooked up. But now, shoot, I think I'm Waffle Housed out. I think I got the PTSD. I see one, I see. The only reason I seen it caught me out earlier, I'm like, damn, they're all lit up, all the lights is open, but nobody's at the Waffle House. But yes, then I seen on the sign, I think it was like 7:30 to 7:30. Call in or walk up only. Thinking, who the heck's walking up to a Waffle House? I done made some sketchy life choices before, but I just ain't walking up. I'll call it in and have it ready, I'll give them a little 20-minute head start. But yeah, who the heck's just walking up to the Waffle House? Thought it was a Dave and Brewster's. Just walk up and get you a cone, get you a waffle cone. We had a place here. Shoot, it's been closed down. Shoot, over a decade, but it was called what was it called? It was called the Waffle King. And I don't know if it was a franchise. I've only ever seen one here that was here in Augusta. I don't know if there was any of them everywhere else, but it was a Waffle King, and they sold different things like that. And I had a buddy of mine. He was going to school. It was set up in a great location. It was right by all the hospitals, the dentist college, and everything down there. My buddy was going to the dentist college, and he had him a little job in there. So man, shoot, I always used to get to hook up on the waffles, but man, they had a pretty good product. I don't know what ultimately shut them down. They probably wasn't as good as I remember, But heck, 12:30, 1:30 in the morning, get you a free Waffle King meal, It probably did taste like the best waffle ever. Shoot. That's when you know it's a good place to eat at, when it's just somebody's name, It's not even like a restaurant title, it's just like Jim's. Where y'all going after church to eat? Oh, we going over to Sarah's, They say that one name, you already know that's the winner. That is the winner. What was your top three sketchy life choices? Oh man, dude. I don't even know what words we can say and what words we can't say anymore on the YouTubes. Shoot, there's been so many sketchy life choices, dude. Oh man. I don't know one time, what was it? I was going through somewhere in South Carolina, and there was a 7-Eleven. And I say, damn, I had never even seen a 7-Eleven. I didn't even know they had one over there. So I said, shoot, let me go in here and see what the 7-Eleven experience looked like, Everything on the outside looked wonderful. It looked presentable. Looked like it might have been a nice trip. Dude, soon as the doors open and they hit you with that blast of that sanitization spray, dude, everything past that point looked like a crime scene, dude. I don't know what happened in there. And I said, well, damn, dude, maybe it's just me. So I said, let me go use the bathroom, wash my hands, wash my face. Dude, I couldn't even use the bathroom, and it looked like an episode of First 48. I'm thinking, you can't even clean this. This is just like stuff that's just been on there for way too long, and it's just don't come off. You got to do like a complete remodel. I said, man, let me get the hell out of here. That was some sketchy stuff. They needed to change. They needed to knock a few numbers off. They should have been like 610, you know. They can't even be 7-Eleven. I don't even think they had anything affiliated with 7-Eleven. Yeah, dude, that was horrible. I made a lot of sketchy life choices, bro. Too many to count. Too many to count. Al Bundy, long time no see. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods, Al. I'm glad you're still out surfing and about. Good to see you. I'm glad you're doing well. Al Bundy, ladies and gentlemen, the myth, the legend. I think he still holds the records for the most touchdowns scored. It's insane. Nobody's ever broke that record. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Whatever you brought in there had to be at least sandblasting level or higher. You couldn't have came in anything with anything lower than sandblasting and uh, full decontamination wear. Full decontamination. Dude, I don't even think they had no slushies. I think it was just empty. It was just like just letting you know that they could have it, that they used to have it, but unfortunately now they didn't have it. I don't think there was no slushy. I don't think there was nothing. There might have been like one hot dog sitting on the roller griller, and it definitely looked suspect. Whoever was gonna get that hot dog, dude, that was the one that was making some sketchy life choices. You never buy something to eat where it looks like it was just on an episode of First 48, unless you're into that type of thing. Yeah, that was my first and only choice. That was my first and only time. It was a bad first experience, bad first impression. Some, yeah, some, yeah. You know, it's a real thin kind of line on some of them though. Oh yeah, we had some crazy weather this evening. It was almost like it went from 0 to 160 real quick. It was nice, sunny, little breeze to like it felt like we was like right in the middle of a hurricane. Oh, I bet, yeah. I mean, it's like that across the board. Uh, I try to stay away from like franchises or like the big box as much as I can. But a lot of them they probably did start out with good intentions, but I think they just get so spread out, so thinned out, so far away from the original source. You know, and it's over time. Standards break down, stuff like that break down. Appreciate that, Al. You always are in my book, my friend. Definitely. Vicky, good to see you. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. We had the good times, we had the bad times. There you go. As delicious or disgusting as that may sound, yeah, that's definitely a thing. Yeah, get you a dill pickle jalapeno pineapple slushy. You know, whatever combinations you can come up with. Oh wow, yeah, it definitely fell off since then. They peaked in the Jerry Lewis days. Most of the Sundays around here at another business, and they get up a little store and had a smell of it. Tornado on ground in western provinces in Canada. On Canada, live weather and praying. People stay safe. I guess it can happen. I don't know. I guess maybe I just don't hear about it like tornadoes happening in Canada. I mean, I guess if the conditions present itself, but I don't know. I don't know much about the Canada. Maybe it's possible. It happens. It happens to the best of us. It happens to the worst of us, you know. All right. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Can't argue with that. Who knows? It seems like they say that's a possibility for here on Georgia every year. And it seems like about every year, shit, I'm still in a t-shirt in Thanksgiving. You know, who knows? Well, no. Looks like we just won't be able to hear the end of the joke. We'll never know the punchline, Cheryl. We'll never know the punchline. Well, I bet it is. I forget which army base, but when my grandma and grandpa uh, finally settled down here, I think when they came down here to Augusta in '65, and my granddad was just getting out of the military, and he was in some base up in Alaska, and he said that he went and bought a brand new car. I can't remember what kind of car he said he bought. I wish I could remember, but he said went and bought a brand new car, paid cash for it, and him and my grandma loaded up, and they drove all the way from Alaska, all the way down through Canada, all the way to the East Coast, Augusta, Georgia. Back in I think that was '65. However many miles that is, I bet that was a heck of a road trip back then. So it's late night. You know, we've almost reached the 12 o'clock hour already here on the East Coast, you know. Let it be. Let it be. What Cheryl got going on? Cheryl's off Googling things. She went to go Google something, y'all. Yeah, I don't know. I forget how many miles he said it was, or what army base they drove from. But yeah, I forget how he told me. He told me the whole story. He told me how long it took and all that stuff. But certain things like that kind of slip my mind. Oh yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, from my grandparents traversing uh, Canada, Alaska, America back in the '60s to now. Oh, no doubt. I don't think anything that we're experiencing now is completely new. Like the term, this new, nothing new under the sun. Things get repurposed, you know, things like that. But yeah, it's I was reading some studies or some paperwork or stuff the other day, and it's like to the point now. Sometimes I go out and about, and if I know it's going to be quick or something like that, I won't even bring my phone. You know, I just leave it at the house. I know where I'm going. I'm not going out sightseeing or taking no pictures or nothing. But sometimes that's how it happens. I'll leave my phone at the house and I'll just run across the wildest stuff, you know. But maybe it was for the better. But hey, that I was reading in that paperwork and stuff like that. Stuff like that don't even matter, you know. With so much uh, cloud data and so much just the invisible wireless electrical infrastructure that's all around us. Yeah, just at this point, it doesn't even matter. If you've already had a cell phone at this point, it's already completely got you mapped in from body structure, bone structure, all that type of stuff. Just think about all the dozens and different apps and filters and stuff that has been on phones for so long and stuff, and it can put beards on your face. It can make you look like a man, make you look like a woman, make you look like a baby, make you look old. All that type of stuff integrates into with all that type of stuff. It's not. It may seem like independent things and it's not connected, but ultimately it is. All that type of facial recognition and digital cyber warfare. It's all integrated together. It's like, what was it? Many years ago, they said they were going to what was it? The war on cyber. The war on cyber. That's what it was. Got to gather intel. You got to gather stuff about the people that you're going to war with. But yeah, you can't go anywhere without being tracked now. I mean, even you might not be on a flock cam or a city street cam. You might be out in the country somewhere. But if you got any type of electrical or digital infrastructure, I mean, it's there. If nothing else, there's a satellite somewhere that if it wanted to be, it could lock on a position. You have to be a high value, but I mean, ultimately the technology's there. Whether they would use it on you as a particular person for a certain exhibit or exercise, but the fact that it's happening is still there. Oh, no doubt. You kind of give people the false illusion of more access, more freedoms, more things in a certain way. And some of those things are nice, but ultimately they're comforts, they're conveniences. Yeah, they do assist and I guess make life seem more easier, more tolerable in this reflective matrix simulation that's going on. But yeah, it's ultimately the age of deception. Unsocial media, you know, unsmart devices that ultimately just can outthink you and outperform you and just outdo you on some simple task. Ultimately, it's not human like. It doesn't have that spirit, but it still doesn't change its functionality, the deception, what it can and can't do, especially what it can has the ability to alter, change, or deceive. It definitely doesn't change that. Oh, they can be. And it's all it is and I think all of that's part of there, text and stuff like that. It gets, you know, it's hard to read nowadays the tone or the idea with a text or with a sentence. Uh, like they say, some things it's not what you say, it's how you say it. To hear someone's voice or the tone in their voice when they can say it, especially online, or especially when you're talking about different topics, there might be people that's saying the same thing. It may be just coming out or being read differently. You can't hear that tone or the intent of a text. It can easily get missed or misled. I've been guilty of that myself. Not thought about it, and it happened, or uh, got triggered. Got triggered by something that I thought might have been something else. It happens. But that doesn't discredit or change the good things that are happening, the good things that are possible to happen. But at the same time, you have to know yourself and know your enemy. Know yourself and know your enemy. Fear not the outcomes of 1,000 battles. Ultimately, if you know yourself, which I hope all of you do, we're still evolving. We're still students of life. But if you know yourself, you ultimately want to know your enemy, whatever that is, whatever is keeping you from living. You know, live spelled backwards is evil. So whatever that is keeping you from living forward and pulling you backwards into evil, you know, I don't think there's anything wrong with acknowledging it, even if you don't fully understand it. There's a lot of good things that happen and we don't fully understand that, but it doesn't discredit or change the fact that it's still happening. The constant battle of good versus evil. I think a lot of this stuff is just so simple. I think just a lot of times we overthink it. We get distracted. There's so much going on that can distract us from just living forward. being living creatures, being living men and women. If any of this is even making sense, I don't know. I know there's a lot of us here that share a lot of different things, but ultimately I can just speak for myself. I hope that, somebody else could maybe feel a certain way or acknowledge a certain thing. Not saying what I'm saying is true, or is the truth, but it's just what I feel, what I see, what I've experienced. Um, I don't know. I think that's one thing, if nothing else. I mean, heck, if we couldn't unite on the international pedo rings, if nothing else, we could unite on the international flock cameras. It's in the name, flock. What else is flock? They gotta keep the flocks of sheeple. They gotta monitor the sheeple. They gotta know where they're going. They gotta know when they're going. It's all for your safety, though. It's all for keeping the flock and the herd safe. It's for your own safety, of course. So for your own safety, you know. But allegedly, I heard in my area there was some type of I don't know what you call these people. I don't really like to call them something. I don't know, vigilantes. I don't really know about the term vigilante or maybe anti-hero. But allegedly, there's some anti-heroes or vigilantes going around, and yeah. So we'll see. I think a lot of people probably have a idea or a basic understanding of what might need to be done in certain serious scenarios or situations, but to give up certain things or to have a setback, I think that will prevent a lot of people. You know, uh, I don't know. It's crazy when you live in such a perverse, inverse, upside down world where just doing the right thing is just would be considered an act of being a vigilante. When just doing the right thing or doing what needs to be done for I guess the greater good of whatever would be considered a vigilante. That's crazy. They have completely upgraded and entered us into the simulation. They've taken every movie, every comic book strip, every doodle, every daddle, and just completely integrated it and consumed the masses in it. welcome, welcome to the Dick Tracy simulation, the Dick Tracy Robin Hood simulation. Oh, it's funny you say Robin Hood. I think in the randomness of the movie world, I think I just seen a new Robin Hood uh, movie allegedly coming out. John Dunning, good to see you, sir. Hope all is well. Anybody else I may or may not have missed, and all my ramblings of nothingness. I appreciate you being here, checking in. I know it's late night on a Friday, but it's Friday. You may or may not have a job. What else you gonna do? Uh-oh. It's crazy, As crazy as it is, just don't let it detract from your peace or whatever it is that's keeping you going, you know. Sometimes you have to step away, step back from whatever it is, but even if I don't understand it, I try to have somewhat of acknowledgement, things is happening. Even if I know I'm not going to let it enter my circle or enter my existence, still having the idea of what could be. Yeah, kind of goes against the grain of maybe the establishment or things we put in. You be safe out there, and man, you know something's going on when Canada's getting eat up with the tornadoes. I guess it can happen. I don't know. Maybe it is more regular than I thought. Robin Hood by Resurrection. Hmm, interesting. What is the R words they mention in the Bible? What is it? Resurrection, reborn. Uh, Dang, I just had a complete autism moment. My mind just went blank. Anyway, I'll come back to that in a minute. I'm sure I'll ramble on about it at some point. Regina, Canada can get tornadoes. What is it? The last book, one of the last books in the Bible. What's the R? Dang, my mind just went blank. Revelation. Yeah, there you go. But Revelation. Yeah. I hope that it's at certain periods at different times. But I think just in life in general, I mean, you go through at some point in your life, maybe you acknowledge maybe something isn't going right. Something can be shifted in a different direction for the better. You have a resurrection. You're reborn. You shed off of the old ways. As we get older, certain things we used to do, we just don't partake in anymore. Certain places we used to go, we just may not go there. Not judging anybody that does those type of things. It's just a part of the old things that we shed off our resurrections. Our revelations, ideas that we found out about ourselves. Whatever it may be. I don't know. I had a kind of thought process going there, and I just completely lost it. But it's all right though. It's 11:59 on the East Coast. Do you know where you are right now? Going up to 33 degrees Celsius with no up and down weather. Canada gets tornadoes. It's racist. America, baby. Blow some smoke on that thing. Let's see. Could be. Could be a reason for that. I mean, hey, like I said, I just seen a alleged, I think it was a movie trailer for some new Robin Hood movie coming out. So, whenever they got that wave, they want to make sure you're riding high on it. They got to make sure they get that point across. Oh, damn. Robin Hood wasn't noble. He was dangerous. Damn. Damn, Robin. Thought you was a good guy, Robin. Damn. I guess now all we got is the Robin from Batman. It's only two Robins we had. Now we're 50% less Robin. What about Little John? Little John, was he bad? I guess the whole band of merry men was too merry. A little too merry. Oh man. Oh. Oh, oh, they were just too merry. Too merry of men. The bad boys of Nottingham. Yeah. Yeah, the Men in Tights. Oh, that was a crazy movie. Yeah, I seen that one. Was it Robin Hood Men in Tights? Oh yeah. I don't know what you call it, like a spoof. Definitely like a comedy, but yeah, that was pretty funny. Yeah, then he got, what was it, like him and, what was the lady's name? Maid Marian. They were off in the castle and he whisked her away, and then boom, she had like a real chastity belt on. It was like this. Oh man, it was crazy. It had locks and keys on it. I'm thinking, yeah. I imagine they probably did have different type of devices or things like that back in the day, but oh man, that's just ridiculous. Just got to carry around this extra 50-pound uh, chastity belt satchel around you. You know, it's crazy. Tracy Keytron 913. Greetings and salutations. Welcome to Watts World. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Shit, you know, it's always something to laugh about, something to think about. You know, I started to think at one time I had like a medical condition. I was sitting there. It was been a while ago. I'm sitting there one night. Knew I shouldn't have been watching the television, but I had it on. I was watching. I don't know what I was watching. Probably watching Ancient Aliens or something like that. And then they hit you with this commercial. Do you or anyone you know suffer from uncompulsive, sometimes uncontrolled laughter? Uh, do you or anyone you know suffer from uh, what did they say? Periods of sadness where you just start to cry. You know, thinking, damn. Sometimes I just, I think maybe sometimes I might just bust out laughing or don't know. I started to self-diagnose myself. I don't even remember what they were selling, but yeah. You know anyone that just laughs for no reason or uncontrollably, and they also may cry? Do you know any criers? Please call this number. We would like to get them checked in and seen about and checked into our new rehabilitation program. I say, yep, that's my sign, That's my sign. Let's just lock up all the laughers and the criers. Oh, man. Oh, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense, dude, with the algorithms and the push. Yeah, I can see that. Super Trooper, no doubt. And it's in August too? Oh yeah, Super Trooper. Yeah, I'm like the man. It ain't got no serotonin. You know, it ain't got enough serotonin for him. It's good to have friends like that. It's good to have friends like that you can laugh with, laugh at, even if they are invisible. Even if they are the invisible variety. See, these are the things that may or may not happen here. We figure out what the heck's wrong with us. So far, we're at 0.003% and rising. Oh yeah. But I like watching like some of the older comedy movies. If I watch like a good comedy, like some of them now, like the comedies now, it's just like I don't know, it just don't have that organic feel to it. Uh, and then it's like sometimes they just try too hard to be funny. And at that point, it just kind of completely kills it. Some of those comedies and stuff now, it's just yeah, they just try too hard to be funny. It just kind of kills it. I don't know what decade or era or whatever, but at like a certain time, it was just that certain level of organic comedy, whether you loved it or you hated it. Yeah, I'll see some stuff and I'm like, yeah, that was probably meant to be funny, but even in my weird, twisted sense of humor, I just maybe I didn't get it. Maybe it was me. Maybe it's not you. It's not you. It's definitely me. Just please don't call me, and I promise you I will not call you in return. Oh, wow. Flew to England going on a cruise. I bet that's one heck of a cruise. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. I mean, at least we can, or some people can, distinguish or acknowledge it, Uh, you can acknowledge that it's AI or have that separation, I guess, to a certain degree. But yeah, I've seen some too. I'm like, yeah, that was pretty funny. Like even as stupid as it was the what was it? It was it was like the little Bigfoots or the little Sasquatch videos where they're out in the woods and they don't found cameras, they don't found stuff that the people left. You got the Bigfoot out there that found a bag of weed. He's out there smoking joints, just uh, having all type of weird conversations. I'm like, all right, some of them was pretty funny. Or they had one that was like, what was it, like Bigfoot and Batman or something teamed up. I watched a few minutes of it. It was pretty funny. I'll give them that. You know, we've reached a point in the timelines where you got Bigfoot and Batman aligning. Pretty serious stuff. 420. Good to see you, sir. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. You know, just a little late night. Late night here at Watts World. A little bit of everything and a whole lot of nothing. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I seen a couple of them was funny. The different characters, but yeah, man. There's this one guy. I don't know what his name is. I guess he goes by Little Trump. But this is a dude. He's like, this ain't AI. It's like a real person. He's like I don't know what you call him, midgets, little person, dwarf. But he's like super short. But his whole gimmick is he's what do they call him, Little Trump or Baby Trump. And yeah, he got videos where he goes around with his wig or with his hair fixed up, and he got his face. He looks like Trump, and yeah, Baby Trump or Little Trump, Micro Trump. I don't know. There you go. Yeah, like your favorite IOU back in the day. Just take your word for it. I'll take your word for that's how the rest of the story goes. Excuse me. Yeah, it was like pretty crazy. Then when I got to, then I was thinking, damn, after all that, to have my buddy come out here get the AC fixed back online, and shit, man, it's blowing as cold now as it ever has. And then as soon as I got ready to leave to step out this evening, boom, I don't know what happened. That sail had done blew through, and it was still drizzling a little bit, but it seemed like it kind of mainly blew through, and all of a sudden, boom, the power went off. And I don't know, it affected a pretty good ways because I left out of my place, was riding back into town, and uh, as I started getting to some of the lights, some of the street lights was out. So I don't know how far it went. Ultimately, it was all different transformers or different areas, but yeah, it was multiple areas. It's Ain't no telling how many lightning strikes we got. I'm pretty sure you can find it some type of way, but yeah, man, there was lightning just popping off, boom, 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 and it was weird. It was like it wasn't like zigzaggy, like random or sporadic. This lightning was like almost. It wasn't perfectly straight. There was a little bit of offset to it, but that was weird. I don't think I ever seen that many lightning strikes in that short amount of time, and it just seemed like it was right on top of us and it was straight down. Pretty sure they got a name for it. This evening, before I stepped out, I don't know. It was probably what time was it? Mm, it probably. I don't know exactly when it went off. I can't remember. It had to have been around 5:30 or so. It went off. It wasn't perfect timing, but I mean, I had to took my shower, got cleaned up, did everything I had to do, and then it's like, boop. And I said, damn, what's the odds of that? Got my AC fixed this morning. Come home, get cleaned up, boom, now the power goes off. But whenever I said, well, we ain't gonna be out long. I just kept saying, it ain't gonna be out long, and I left my outside lights on, of course, and stuff like that, so I already knew, uh, you know, those lights is on, and the power was back on. But by the time I made it back home, power was on, AC was still ripping and kicking, 155 BTUs a second. Yeah, I don't know how long it stayed off. I was gone for several hours, but by the time I made it in, everything was good. But yeah, it's dramatically cooler. That storm came through, and I was like, man, it was like 3:30 to 5, and I'm like, man, it's gonna be like another 2 hours before the sun goes down. It's gonna break and just be muggy, but nah, it just kind of stayed cloudy off and on, and it was still a little bit sunny, but I don't know, it feels at least about 20 degrees cooler. We're definitely down into the 70s for sure. Just how it feels now. Huh. Huh. Even for Texas, I guess that ain't too bad. Ain't too bad. That's how they do it. They put the road construction on a payment plan. We'll do the first, we're gonna do phase one now. And we're not gonna come right back. No, 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 no. We gotta wait 2 weeks. We gotta wait 2 weeks, see how everything sets and settles. Then we'll get back at you, we'll get back with you. That's how they do it. It's an odd ratio. It's an odd tractor to people standing around the shovel ratio. It's like how the heck can 15 people in one shovel and a backhoe do anything? What is happening here? Somehow they make it happen. With all the delays and overcharging. They somehow find a way to get it done. Shoot, I shut mine off. When I got back in and seen the power was on, I let it run for a little bit just to build that extra little crisp layer up. Shoot, I shut it down. Whatever it was, when I shut it down in there, it'll be that temperature the rest of the night. I might open up a couple windows. It's pretty breezy and feels good out here now, but yeah, I shut it down for the night. Oh, 105. 105 in Sacktown. Sacktown is 105. That's light work, Johnny. That's West Coast. That's West Coast 105. What was that hair product? V105. It was some type of hair shampoo or something back in the day. Was it V105 V? I don't even remember. Saw the signs today. They're going to get road work on the road. We need to get done starting the third. Oh, it's shoot. They don't even know what they're doing. They're doing too much road work around here. It's too much. You can't avoid it. Every direction you go in is something. They're recapping, repaving, redirecting, putting in all type of pinch points, roundabouts everywhere. It's too much. They're doing too much and not enough at all. Really, they're doing nothing. They're doing too much and nothing at the same time. VO5, okay. I don't know why the heck I thought it was called V105. You can't put that much shampoo in your hair. Not 105 grams of it. Yeah, VO5. Yeah, I don't even know why that triggered. I had an autism moment. Crossed over the spectrum for a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no doubt. I could imagine, yeah. Definitely helps hold the human up, gives the human better support, you know. It's not a digging shovel. It's just it's a standing shovel, you know. Like some people have chairs and then some people have sitting chairs, you know. Just because it's a chair don't mean it's a sitting chair. You got to acknowledge that, you know. You got to acknowledge it. Okay, okay. I stand corrected. I knew there was a memory up there for some part. I thought they memory erased me. Okay, they did upgrade. '05 wasn't enough. They needed to upgrade it by 100. There you go. I appreciate them for keeping it 100. Some people don't keep it 100. 95 plus a nickel. Some people can't do the math. Dippity doo dah day, Cheryl. Dippity doo dah day. Every bridge tore up the road. Oh, yeah. I think they got some of the bridges around here going. They finally got the piece of I-20 that crosses over the Savannah River into Carolina here in the area. They finally got that bridge done. Man, it was forever. I don't forgot when they started. I think that was like pre-COVID. I don't know what happened. I think they started pre-COVID, and the COVID hit, and then they just blamed it all on COVID after that. You know, every setback, everything was. You know, what do you mean? It was COVID, dude. That was 6 years ago, bro. Y'all ain't did nothing in 6 years. What's happening? What's going on? They finally got the I-20 bridge to Carolina fixed and widened whatever they did to it. We'll see how long that lasts. You got 30 people standing around, one guy in the hole, one shovel, and one tractor. I don't think you can blame that on COVID. That is just, I don't know. Y'all having way too many union meetings. There you go. Ooh, man, be careful, Ann. Please be careful. Don't be doing too much dippity on the doodah. Get you some of that Dapper Dan, you know. Get you a Dapper Dan, man, Cheryl. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best bioengineered petroleum jelly. Glow. That was a men's hair product called Glow. It must have been like during the '80s. That was like the big hair era for the men. It was like in that movie. What was the movie? Oh brother, where art thou? With George Clooney. Pretty cool movie, but it was I think it was a reference to the Homer story. What was it, the Iliad, where the I forget the guy's name, but he went on this journey and he went through the lands and he had to battle the Cyclops, which was like John Goodman's character in that movie where he had the eye patch, and then they had to battle the sirens in the water. That part where they was down there by the river and they ran across the women and the flood and all different things. But yeah, pretty cool movie in itself. But it was like a spinoff or a story of Homer's The Iliad, I believe. Could be wrong. Please fact check me. Butch wax. I don't know. I don't know if that sounds safe to use. Butch wax. I don't even know what you put that on. Put it on your butch. I don't know. Softens the leather. I went down to the cellar and seen water everywhere and started sweeping to this drain. Just be careful. No, this is an anti-goat stream, you know. This is an anti-goat. Oh yeah, Golden Child with Eddie Murphy. Yeah, that's a throwback. Oh, no doubt, no doubt. That is a very true statement. You don't want your butch to get rusty. You know what I mean? You don't want that. You can deal with a lot of stuff, but I'm pretty sure you cannot deal with a rusty butch. Just saying, ladies and gentlemen. Hmm. Yeah. Butch wax. Bro. Yeah. I don't know if you did or thought about it, but like anytime something like that happens and you think your hot water heater done blew or it did blow, of course, if it's where you can, you think about it. Uh, Make sure you shut your breaker off. Um, that way, it just eliminates power going to that source, and everything up to that point is safe. There's no power going to it. Because if you don't know, water and electricity, they do not mix. You know, not for those type of purposes. There are purposes, but not for those. Oh yeah, man. You know that was back in the day when they still were calling things tonic. Vitalis hair tonic. Seems like I seen a late night infomercial about that probably in the 90s. Did you or anyone you know suffer from balding, hair loss, receding hairline, or any of the such? Please call in now and get your bottle of Vitalis Hair Tonic, the proven hair restoration treatment. Combined with WD 40 and our own concoction of proprietary blends, you yourself can restore your hair to its Vitalis state again. Yeah, I'm glad I'm kind of missed these generations of things and stuff. Brill cream. Hey baby, why you out at the supermarket? Could you get me another half-gallon tube of Brill cream? I'm getting pretty low. I need a little Brill cream. I don't even know what that is. Oh, I'm starting to see why some of these things were taken off the shelf, you know? Just blowing too much smoke. That was the stuff they should have been warning us about before the warning labels. Now it's just on everything. You can't avoid it, you know? can't buy a pack of chewing gum without it got a full uh, comic strip on the back to tell you how to properly open and consume the chewing gum. It's crazy. Can't do anything anymore. Shit. Smoking on that V105. Thought it was a hair product in a radio station. Nah, it's a smokable substance. I know, and if it ain't, it just tastes horrible. You're like, what type of poison is this? You know, it's crazy. I know I consume my fair share. I just try to limit it to whatever degree I think is doing something or offsetting something. You know, she gave me like a lot of that crap and certain stuff I used to eat. Man, I just left it alone. Just meats, vegetables, fruits, different things like that. Try to get it as fresh and in season as I can. Ultimately, you can't get everything and grow everything at every time, but just try to just offset as much as I can. Stay hydrated, stay grounded. Definitely stay away from processed sugars. Everything's poison, but I think those processed sugars, man, they're just tearing people up. Like I saw this video the other day. It was like it wasn't a whole video. It was like I guess like a short of a bigger video. I never dug any deeper, but it was some guy, and in the section in the video he was talking about, he said that he was talking about processed sugars, and he said that allegedly he said that one of the things they've kept in the secret or they didn't put out is that processed sugars and stuff like that can be absorbed and saturated all the way down into the bone, into the bone marrow. And he was explaining the whole process behind that about within, what did he say, within 45 minutes or something like that. I don't know, it might have been longer than 45 minutes, but he told it like after so long of eating it, he started telling the different times in the process and what it was doing. He was like, within so many minutes, it's reached into your bone. It's crystallized and subsidized down in your bone marrow. And he was talking about how it what was it, depleted your white blood cell count, made you more I guess kind of broke down your immune system, your ability to fight off certain things, and he described it as some type of medication. I forget the name of the medication. It sounded kind of familiar, like it might have been a big thing or still is, but and he said that was pretty much the same thing. It was an anti. No, it is not. It wasn't anti. It was basically the pill was an immune suppressant. You know, I'm thinking, why the heck would somebody want to take something that suppresses your own body's natural way of suppressing and uh, fighting off certain things? I don't know. Maybe there's a medical explanation to it, but I don't know. But he was basically saying that this medication and the things that happen with processed sugars are probably like almost all in the same. They have the same function and same process. They ultimately suppress your body's natural ability to fight off certain things, you know, whatever that may be. Uh, we definitely see it in certain things. I mean, heck, some places you can't go a couple miles without running across every brand of fast food, a med now clinic, a dialysis clinic. You know what I mean? It's just, it's definitely out there. Castor oil in the hair helps your scalp. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen different beard oils or different things. I've seen like that. It had castor oil in them. Um, yeah, it's interesting. I guess it makes sense. What does it say? Anoint your head with oils. The right oils will definitely work wonders for sure. All right, Johnny, I don't know what the heck you on, but we definitely ain't talking about no goats nor no goat man. Might be late night, but it ain't that late of a night. Damn. I do worry about some of y'all. I do. I worry about y'all. Believe it or not, some of y'all I worry about you more than I worry about myself sometimes. I don't know. Makes me think of a song. What was the name of that song? Oh, let me hold on. Let me Google it right quick. I gotta go Google some, y'all. Hold on, hold on. Oh, I'm sure. They definitely got a pill for that. Hell, I was watching the Braves game the other day, and man, I don't know what commercial this was. It was the worst possible commercials ever. It was like all of them was for medications or like some crappy fast food. But this one commercial, I don't remember what the heck the pill was or what it was trying to fight. But this had to be the most side effects I have ever heard. This is like they should have just gave you a list of things that wouldn't happen to you because they got to the point where they were naming the possible side effects, and man, it was a whole encyclopedia. I'm thinking, dang, pretty much if you are living, functioning, and breathing, this do not take this man. I don't even know what it was for. Probably was for dry or something real simple. Yeah, that thing had like 15 to 20 different side effects. I'm thinking, man, that is absolutely crazy. Yeah, the heck with that. There may be a time when they got to give me something, but I'm more of a naturally moderated type of person. I've definitely made bad choices. Definitely did damage to my body, different sports, different things like that. Try to offset it as much as possible. Yeah, that's basically, yeah. If you wanted the cliff notes or the summary of that medication, yes, side effects may include death. At that point. Uh, Side effects may include blindness, deafness, loss of taste, loss of speech, loss of breathing, loss of blood flow, numbness of toes and the fingers, uh, the inability to move, total paralysis, the loss of all fingernails. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, you know, all because you had to dry, all because you couldn't cry. I'm like, shit, at that point, should I just have me a little water gun? If it gets that bad, just, get you a little hydration blast. Jerry, good to see you, sir. Hope all is well. Who else we got rolling in here? Ken, good to see you. Hope all is well. Tasha, from the other land down under, South Africa. Who is this Ken, and who do you speak of? Let's see. Kim, the the original land down under. You know, see how it is? It's beautiful. You mentioned the land down under, and it pops up. It's probably like the worst Australian accent ever. You know? It's weird. You hear like a British person and they start singing and they sound American. You're like, where did their accent go? But then like an American tries to do like a Australian accent and it just comes out like a, I don't know, an angry British, you know, just never comes out right. Afternoon. What time is it in Australia? I still forget the time difference. What's it like? We are 12 hours ahead. Was it 12:30 something? I forget what the time difference is. I should have had it figured out, mapped out by now, you know? Depends on the color of red, you know? You might have thought it was just a regular red coat, but it might have been a Georgia Bulldog red, you know? Okay, further than 12. 2:37. Man, 2:37 in the afternoon. How the heck can y'all be that close and that far away at the same time, you know? 13 to 19 hours difference. That's crazy. Hmm. Heck, that's got to be right to the finishing point. Whatever the line is, I don't know what the line is, you know? I mean, uh, wherever Hawaii's placement is and all that, you know, they're, I forget however many hours back. I think like Hawaii, where they're like 6 or 7 hours back. And you got Australia, they're 13 hours ahead. I guess that average is about right. That's about 24. Oh, song of the South, sweet potato pie, and I shut my mouth. Gone, gone with the wind. Ain't nobody looking back again. The group was named Alabama, but they had some good hits. You know, they had some good songs. Don't let the name, don't let the name throw you off. You know, Alabama, I think, was the group, and they had some hits. They did have some hits. One of these days, I'm gonna get upgraded and synchronized enough. You know, I can have the karaoke, non-karaoke. You know, don't got all the lyrics, so it's tough. You know, I can only sing what I know. But if the song came on, I could sing every word to it. But just to remember it like that, can't do it. You know, pretty sure there's a lot of people like that. Millions of useless song lyrics. Don't know them, can't think about them, but boom, the song comes on. And you're like, oh damn, that was my 1993 jam, ladies and gentlemen. Hawaii only 1 hour ahead of California. Oh, no doubt. I just give them, I just give them hell because of the name Alabama. You know, it was a heck of a name choice for the band, but they did have some hits. Oh shoot, the heat ain't settling down. It's getting settled. It's getting settled in. I think we're still officially what? Still in the official dog days of summer. I don't know if we're in it. We're getting into it. I always forget. We're all around it if we ain't in it. Or it might have passed. I don't know. Sometimes I miss it. But shoot. Here on Georgia, the state of Georgia, not the country of Georgia. Some of you may be confused and think I'm a Georgianian. But the state of Georgia, shoot. Nah, we're just getting into it. Uh, Unfortunately, it's what they call it our hurricane season. Uh, they say the waters are warm, so we shall see. But here, You don't start seeing things like consistently cool down until about Halloween. About Halloween. Now it does cool down then, but it still can go up, down, you know. But when it starts getting like kind of consistent, probably a little bit before Halloween or maybe the end of October, maybe. Could be. Could be. Who knows? Who knows these things, Jerry? With that accent, I don't think nobody got confused. My accent, I don't know. There could be some confusion. I confuse myself. So if I confuse myself with my own accent, I don't get offended if I confuse someone else, you know? It's bound to happen. It is bound to happen. No tornadoes. No tornadoes on Australia. Y'all don't have y'all don't have tornadoes on Australia? Interesting. Hmm. I still can't remember the conversion rate. 38 years later, and I still can't remember the Celsius conversion rate, you know? Even now, I still look at it like, damn, well, they're freezing off in Canada, but they're burning up. Oh, yeah, same here. Yeah, I can remember more Thanksgivings and more Christmases than the opposite of yeah, t-shirts. Some days probably still shorts. Some days you might have started out in a t-shirt and you might have put it on, you know, uh, I don't know, sweatshirt, maybe a light hoodie, nothing too heavy. Uh, but yeah, we've had a few cooler Thanksgivings, but usually Thanksgivings are warm. We've had a few Christmases that actually felt like Christmas. I remember it was what, 4 years ago. The high on Christmas was 25. It was 25 on the 25th. It was crazy. Yeah, I was trying to practice my Australian accent. It didn't go too well. It sounded good, but yeah, I don't think the reverb would be too good. Good day, mate. How are you? Coming live from the land down under. Eh? Nah, that probably sounded like an angry New Zealander. You know, probably just pissed off the whole island of New Zealand. You know, we had that one follower out there in New Zealand. They just cut us off. They just ended all ties with Watts World. You know, I'll settle for a not bad. You know, I'm not too proud. I'll settle for a not bad. I'll settle for a 3.4, 3 by 4. You know, it ain't always got to be 5 by 5. There you go. It's above average. You know, C. You're definitely not into the D's and the E's and the F. You know, there is room for improvement. Definitely on the incline, not on the decline. You know, it's only up from here, ladies and gentlemen. I promise you, it's only up from here. Yeah, yeah, I probably did. I probably did. from from a different country or a different galaxy. Yeah. Like, who the heck is this schmuck? Who the heck does he think he is? Marty the Martian? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my accents, they never pan out too well, you know. Some go through, some don't, you know. It's when I don't try to sound like an Australian, you know. I try to sound like an angry Italian, you know. That's when people are like, man, that was a good Australian accent, you know. And I'm like, well, damn, I can't recreate that one. Wasn't aiming for that note, but it happens, you know. It happens. Good night, Be Charming. I appreciate you checking in, tuning in. It's tough being the queen bee, but somebody's got to do it. It must be done. You have a blessed remainder of the night, a blessed weekend. Definitely. I don't really know what my plans are for the weekend. I don't know. I like to go out and about and do a little exploring. There you go. But no, I do love a good accent, you know. Australian, different people. You have to come up sometime, Kim, and give us some of that Australian accent, you know. We'd love to hear it. If that's what the people want to believe, let them believe it. Let them believe it. Start the rumor, Cheryl. Start the rumor, Cheryl. Spread the word. You have confirmed that Watt is an alien. Please start that rumor. See how far it goes. Probably have Area 53 knocking on my door. Who do you think you are? Shoot, dude. We made it into 2 hours of me rambling about absolute nothing, dude. I didn't even realize it. What is the safe word? Maybe I gave one earlier and totally forgot about it. Oh, I'm sure you can handle it. But if you ever get the urge to, you're always more than welcome. I don't know. I don't know. I guess we probably do need to have a safe word. I don't know. What's a good safe, unsafe word? Well, and at any point in the remainder of tonight's broadcast, if you feel any form of discomfort, displeasure, irritability, irregularity, uh, meat sweats, cold sweats, any type of overwhelming or underwhelming sensation that you just can't quite describe, tonight's safe word is silver. Bonnie almost got it. She was almost kind of reading my mind, you know, sanity. But I didn't want to put that out there, you know. I didn't want to, you know, force anyone to the same nature. You know. It is what it is. You know, sometimes you settle for the bronze. Sometimes you over succeed and you hit the gold. But sometimes, you know, you just get a little silver in your life. Yeah, yeah. You know, if you ain't first, you last, Ricky Bobby. But ultimately, somebody's got to settle for the silver. I don't know. ain't decided yet. I ain't decided if I want to go downtown and check out the market, or I want to go to the other side of town and check out the flea market. Should be a pretty nice day for either one of them, really. I don't know. I got to check the forecast. I think they were calling for rain off and on this weekend. That'll definitely change up some things. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna make it out there and see a West Coast sunset, but somebody told me it's the same. Don't do it. So I was like, all right, the heck with it. Take it off my bucket list. You know? It's my goal that some point in life I like to I ain't gonna say I like to, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make it a thing. I'm gonna walk the entire Appalachian Trail. I bet that's gonna have some amazing sunsets. So I think it's right at 2,000 or a little over. I think 2,000 miles in total from the Maine down to where it starts down here on Georgia. But I think ultimately when I do it, I'm gonna get up to Maine at that point and kind of work my way back down. So that way, at least once I get to the end of it, I'll already be home. I ain't got to walk all the way up then come back down. But I'm gonna do it. One day it's gonna be done. I don't know. Don't really know why. It's always kind of had the thing of doing it or wanting to do it. I forget the crazy. You can look it up, but I think it's like it averages out to like going up and down Mount Everest like 5 times or something like that. The total span of it, but definitely ain't something you just get up and do. It's definitely something you prepare for, train for, mentally and physically. You know, ultimately getting there, mapping out, figuring out a time frame of whatever time frame I'm gonna spend on doing it, how long I think it'll take me to do it. Yeah, definitely gonna do it one day. Yeah, I don't know. By the time I do it, I'll have it all planned out. If anybody wants to join the journey, you're more than welcome. If we meet up along the way, so be it. More people join in, that'd be cool. But ultimately, I plan on it being just me, regardless. But we'll see when the time comes, when it presents itself. Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. There's plenty of stories. There's plenty of stories that would keep you out of there for sure. But you know, who knows? That'll probably be my luck. I'll probably be that one. You know, the Bigfoot Sasquatch community. They could get me, haul me off into one of their intergalactic portals. Who knows where I'll be? Well, I look at it at that point in life. If that's what gets me, so be it. You know, I've never went looking for danger or threat, but you know, some things in some ways have a way of finding us. As much as we avoid it, sometimes the the pursuit of going away may just draw us closer to that, whatever that may be. But no, it's definitely going to be an adventure. Definitely going to take some time, plan it out, process it, do some research on different areas, um, different terrain. Each state's different, different things you got to encounter, different elements. Can't prepare for everything, but at least try to prepare for the basics, the bare essentials. There you go. Or you could drive the camper. You could follow me on the trails, you know. You could drive the camper up the main. There you go. Bring the camper over, pick me up, pick whoever else up we got to pick up along the way, take me up the main, and then that's where we'll start. There you go. Problem solved. I would imagine. I don't know. I mean, people. I mean, you talk about the Appalachian Trail being on the East Coast. I don't know if it's like, was it out there in the Rockies? I don't know if I imagine there's probably some type of trail or something that may go through. If I'm not mistaken, the Appalachian Trail is the single longest uh, footpath in the world. If not in the world, it's definitely in the United States. I don't know if it still has the world title or if it ever did. I could have swore I read somewhere it was the longest consecutive footpath in the world. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Definitely gonna do it one of these days. There you go. Mary, quite contrary, co-piloting. Heck, I bet even driving that'd be one heck of a drive. I don't know how long it would take to drive the Maine. I forget how long it used to take us when I was younger when we used to go up to Virginia. But I reckon probably about Virginia area. That's got to be about halfway. Imagine, I don't know, maybe 10 or 12 hours. Maybe I don't know, depending on the path. If you're going straight there, it could easily turn into a 2 day trip, couple day trip. But maybe if you was just to drive straight through, maybe 10, 12 hours, maybe. I don't know. The only problem watching YouTube as a guest, you don't get to see comments on YouTube as a guest. What do you mean comments? You mean like comments on videos? Or do you mean like comments in chat or things like that? I always forget, but there is a feature that you can click it some type of way and it'll show the chat in here. It'll show it on the side. I forget which button or whatever it is to press that. I did that a couple of times. I said I was going to do it more often. I don't know if that helps people read or see chat better. I don't know. I always forget to do it. I always think about it after the fact. All right, hey. See, that's what I'm saying. All right, what's going on here? I think we just reached DEFCON 6. No comments in chat as a guest. We'll have to check. don't know. I'm not sure about that. Let me see here. I forget. I had to play around with it some more, you know. Okay, Ann's watching on the TV. Yeah, I'm not sure how the TV. Okay, for that purpose, yeah, I got to remember what feature that was. To click that button, to start showing the comments in chat on the side screen. I think that definitely would help people on the watching the TV. Certain comments and certain things that definitely you understand the maybe the conversation or what was being said, or if somebody asks a question or something like that, it don't get highlighted. It kind of shows it. You're like, well, what the heck are they even talking about? But I don't know. Oh, that's awesome. Definitely, definitely don't let them take it away from you. Shoot, I couldn't imagine not being able to garden or do those type of things. You know, shoot, I'm looking to expand. I'm looking to expand and grow more. Definitely not step back and do it out. Could be definitely that feature. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Pretty much everything I've been doing is trying to expand and do more of it. Uh, Definitely with probably more of a focal point on more local plants, more local things like that, different fruit trees. Uh, do so much different vegetables and stuff like that. I definitely want to expand it. Uh, Definitely utilize and maximize the space and areas I'm gonna have access to. You know, want to look at it, getting some uh, peaches going, uh, figs going. Uh, Look into what all different type of fruit trees I probably can have going. The more the merrier. Shoot, it'd probably be so much. I don't know. No, it probably wouldn't be real long. Uh, I don't know. Maybe see all 50 states. Uh, Definitely going to walking the entire Appalachian Trail. That's if I have a bucket list, that would definitely be a bucket list type item. Uh, I don't know. Definitely certain places, certain areas I like to see, experience. Like I don't even think I'd have to leave the states for the most part. You know, there's enough out there you could drive around. Each state's got its own little piece of something. History, geography, location, so much. I like and enjoy history, so I mean, you know, simple, different historic areas, different uh, things like that. I still enjoy going to different museums, uh, especially different towns, different states. You know, they have more of a focal point on what made them or what got them to the point they are. You know, I love stuff like that. Or I don't know. I don't really know specifically right off. You know, I just want to keep living. Just keep maximizing the living to the best of my ability. You know, they say you can only live once, but I guess if you do it right, you only need to live once. You know, whatever that means. If that is even true, you know, if we only live once, I guess if you did it to the fullest potential, it didn't matter. It didn't matter that you only live once, you know. Try to do everything that it is you wanted to do or wanted to do or felt the need to do what was ever, you know, whatever that may be. No regrets. The High Museum in Atlanta. Huh. That may be a new one for me. I don't know if I'm familiar with the High Museum in Atlanta. Might have to look that up. Oh, it's like Australia, but on steroids, you know? Shoot. You get to some places and shoot, you just can't wait to get out back. And the whole time you didn't even realize that you were out back, you know? You thought you were, you know, but yeah, so much to see. Beaches, the mountains, inland coastal areas, West Coast, East Coast, totally different, you know, North, South, totally different. It's beautiful though, you know? There's many different hues in humanity, in humankind, many different hues. Or just like any of your coastal states, I mean, you could start off at the beach and, you know, in a few hours be up in the mountains somewhere. Yeah, yeah, it would be. I forget where's it. I forget the route of it, but yeah, whatever's left of Route 66. Yeah, that would be interesting to check out. All those different like roadside attractions or different like little oddities and stuff, amusements along the way. It's how you get your kicks. Get your kicks on Route 66. It might be the safest route. You know, there is some. The drivers ain't getting no better. You know, they are not getting any better. Down the line. I don't know if I'm familiar with that song. Down the line. Who sings Down the Line? What? There is nothing in the center, only raw earth minerals. Most of the population lives on the seaboard. Huh. Interesting. I wonder if that's just how it is naturally or that was just by design, you know? But if it's just raw earth minerals, I could see that. Yeah. Huh. Well, I mean, ultimately, that's kind of how it is in the states. You know, I mean, there's the whole United States is you know broke down of states, different locations, but I mean the populations are usually more towards East Coast, West Coast, and then all the other little pockets kind of fill in where they are. You know, you go from having millions in a city to hundreds of thousands of hundreds. You know, to you out there in the middle of America and you in a small town with 50 people. You know, Yeah, I called it. I called it earlier. I told you. I told you you were going to run out the season and be 15-1, bro. I don't even think you remember that, bro. I told you you're going to be 15-1. You just bear in there, hang in there. It's a beautiful run. Some people say that Yeti has had the best run they've ever seen. Heck yeah, 9-1. There you go. Yeah, I tuned in and watched a little bit the other day at y'all's game. I'm like, man, it was like a perfect day. Perfect day for some baseball. Oh, I don't blame you. Yeah, yeah, thank you. Yeah, depending on size, yeah, a lot of your coastal states like that, especially like uh, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, of course. Uh, Once you get above Virginia, it starts getting broke down kind of small, but yeah, heck yeah. Who knows these things? Hell yeah. That's what's up. Yeah, I can be down in the coast in no more than a couple hours. You know, I always just say 2 hours to be safe. I'm kind of almost in the middle. 2 hours from the coast, 2 hours from hot Atlanta, but still right on the mighty Savannah. Good spot. It's the best of spots. It's the worst of spots. And a couple hours after that, or less than a couple hours past Atlanta, you start getting into the mountains. Totally different. I love it. A little bit of everything. Swamp, low country, parts of Georgia to make you feel like you're down in the bayou. You got the Midlands. You got the Savannah coastal areas, the Golden Isles. Come on up the Savannah River. You got different cities, different cultures. You get up to Atlanta. Of course, Atlanta is just one big melting pot of a little bit of everything. And you up into the mountains, and man, you would have by the time you get up in the mountains, you would have never even thought that you went through everything else you don't went through to get there. Totally different point of view. I got clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right, and I'm just stuck in the middle with you. Stuck in the middle with you. Oh, no doubt. I've never used never used none of the delivery services as far as like food. I've ordered stuff offline, but I've never like ordered like food or like Ubers or Grubhubs or none of them type of things. But I do see the convenience and stuff like that. Certain situations, stuff like that. I mean, it is very helpful. Certain people that can't get out and about for whatever reason. Uh, yeah, me, I'm still in a well enough able-bodied state, and I still just, if I get something to eat, Even if I do get some takeout or something from somewhere, usually 9 times out of 10 it's a mom and pop style place, and I still like to just face off. You could have done went there 1,000 times, but you do that one phone order and they don't recognize that it's you. They can't see that face and know to get it right. I got to see them face to face. That's just me. You know, they didn't know that I was that guy. They didn't know that I was the table number 6 guy. Clowns to the right, jokers on the left. Mary, I'm stuck in the middle with you. The only time I've seen the ocean was South Padre Island spring break back in college. Damn. Damn, what part of the country are you in? I don't forgot. The only time you seen the ocean. Damn. Couldn't well, I just imagine there's people that's probably never seen the ocean. I couldn't imagine it for myself, but I mean it is, it's not impossible. It's not impossible. Have that feeling a lot sometimes, Cheryl. You know, sometimes I just don't want to put that burden out there, but I do have that feeling. I've got that feeling that something just ain't right. Just ain't right. Just ain't right, people. Just ain't right. I'm so scared if I fall off of this chair. I don't know if you're really saying that or that's really a song. That's really a lyric. If it is, scoot back a little bit. Looking to get you a Velcro lap strap. That way it keeps you from sliding and gliding out of the chair. I know that can be a short people problem. Some short people, their feet, you just sit in your little chair with your little legs just dangling. Some of your feet probably don't even hit the floor. So it probably does throw off the stability. That's just that extra little bit that could go wrong. Get you like a little stool. Get you like a little stool to put into your chair. Just look a little booster stand. All right, yeah, I don't even think these are songs no more. These are just like whole sentences and thoughts. But this is a song. Oh man. If there had to be one song that played every time you entered the room, what song would that be? You know, what would be your theme song? If you had to have a theme song, what would be that song? You got one. You all thought about being a professional wrestler or a professional school bus driver at some point. Either way, you got to have a theme song, to be a professional wrestler or a professional bus driver, long or short variety. Sitting on an angry chair. Oh man, dude who wrote that song lost it all. Just sitting on an angry chair. Yeah, they do different music venues during different times. That's one of the one things I like about the Saturday outdoor market is it's a different person each weekend, but it's like like one lady, she comes like on the third Saturday of each month, and Some people are singers. Some people, there's one guy, he just plays the saxophone. He doesn't sing. Uh, Sometimes there's people that sing and play the guitar. It's pretty cool, but sometimes there's multiple musicians. The last time I was out there, the lady was singing, and then I heard this guy playing from around the corner, and this guy's out there playing the oh man, what do you call the instrument? The saxophone. This guy busted out the saxophone. You know, he thought he was El Diablo Kenny G reincarnated, but yeah, he was letting it rip. It was pretty cool. First, I thought somebody was just like playing music in the background, but then I followed it out, and I'm like, no, that's yeah, that was pretty cool. And that's every Saturday at the outdoor market. I mean, and it's everything. They got whatever your flavor is, whatever your cup of tea is. They literally got it out there from this time of the year. It's nice to go out there this time of the year. All your fresh produce and stuff people's got locally coming in, whatever's in season, whatever they're growing. A lot of your people that's making homemade from scratch stuff, it's fresh out the garden, uh, garden to table. Can't beat it. A lot of good local products, local vendors, crafts, all different type of stuff. People's making all type of stuff. Uh, Pretty much anything you could think of. Foods galore. Local ranchers or local people that sell local meats, eggs, honeys. Uh, there's this one guy and his wife that set up. They sell local produce and stuff that they grow, and then his wife, she's got like all different type of teas, different tea blends. You can mix and match and make your own teas. She got all the different things to do that with. You got the guy that sells mushrooms now. It's pretty cool. Pretty much any type of food you could want to eat on, from barbecue to Filipino food to soul food to any type of sweet concoction you can imagine. Cupcakes, cookies, pies, brisket, mac and cheese. You know, you want to make sure that you go into a good comatose nap status for the rest of the afternoon. Get you a fresh, piping hot serving of brisket mac and cheese. Don't get me wrong, it is some good stuff. It's just heavy. You know what I mean? You don't go into that headstrong thinking that's the meal. No, you get that, you sit back on it, you nibble on it. You know what I mean? You polish off that bad boy. Yeah, they're gonna be rolling you out of there. Park and recreation is gonna be rolling you out of there. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, the I think here the in Augusta they only acknowledge 90 blends. Sorry, you just did exceed the limit. You just did exceed the limit by two. No, I think it might be 88. Yes, only 88 blends. 88 herbs with however many combinations that is. 88 to the 88th power. You do the math. No, yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I enjoy it. I always go out there buy something, even if it's something that I got growing or got going on myself. I'll support it. Heck, you could go out there with nothing, and it's just everybody's just trying to give you a sample. Oh man, there's this one lady. I forget what she does. She does. Uh, I don't know. She's got a lot going on, but every time you walk by her stand, yeah, she's giving out free samples constantly. She's got all type of stuff: food, boiled peanuts, and then heck, her boiled peanuts is almost like a meal. She's got like boiled peanuts with like some type of smoked meat in it and like carrots or something. So yeah, you get like a whole meal with your boiled peanuts with this lady. She ain't playing around. 90% of the audience doesn't even know what a boiled peanut is, probably. You know, let's see here. Probably literally. Like, what the hell is this guy even talking about? If you've ever had boiled peanuts, and I'm not talking about from a gas station in a can. If you've ever had real boiled peanuts, press one. All right, Vicky, I'll confirm that. You love boiled peanuts. I know you know what boiled peanuts are, but yeah, shoot, yeah. Shoot, I get me a cup every time I go out to the flea market. There's a dude out there selling boiled peanuts, man. He's been selling them, shoot, as long as I can remember. As long as I've been going out there, this dude's been selling them religiously. But shoot, he sells all type of stuff. He does the fresh boiled peanuts. He got the fresh pork skins. He got all different type of stuff he makes up. Uh, Different candies, honeys, jellies, jams. Yeah, he's got all type of stuff going on. Then he's got like one of the flea market. They've got like outdoor tables, you know, where it's just your standard wooden table you set up on. But then they've got like enclosed booths, you know, that's got the metal roll down door, what style, but you can walk into. He's got a couple of them, and it's pretty cool. He's got power, so he's got full coolers. He's got ice cream. He's got cold bottles of water, any type of drink, soda, energy drink you could think of. He's got in the cooler. So yeah, I don't blame him. I guess to do something like that, you gotta have a little bit of everything. You know, it's tough. It's tough if you're going out there with just like one thing, you know, because you're going through a certain market. But yeah, you know, you just reminded me. That's what I might do tomorrow. I might go totally against the grain. I might go down to the Mennonite market tomorrow. I might do that. I ain't been down there in a while. Mennonites have stands for their food and they sell most. Dang. Yeah, what type of dirt bags is robbing the Mennonites, bro? What type of dirt bag, low life? You know what I mean? How bad are you that you got to steal from the Mennonites? They're like the Amish. They'll give you a fully cooked meal. You know, any of them that I've ever met. Uh, I don't think I've ever met any Amish down here in the South or here on Georgia where I live. There's a big Mennonite community. I know different Mennonite families. I've worked for some, like during high school, summertime. I worked with them. Uh, but yeah, always good people. Never rubbed me the wrong way. Never tried to uh, you know, they just talked to you like you were normal. You know, they didn't try to whatever they believed. They didn't force it on you. You know, they just seemed like good people. Never no ill intent, any type of anything like that. Yeah, the ones I met, they thought you needed help or you asked for help. Shoot, if they could help you, they didn't mind helping you. You know, if it was in their limit and their reasoning or whatever they believed in, you know, definitely hungry. Hungry, yeah, you wasn't gonna go hungry around them. God, bro, you do a real dirt bag. You're stealing from the Mennonites, bro. Hmm. But yeah, we got a big. I don't know how many there are, but yeah, there's a big Mennonite population or community. But yeah, they got a several different shops, different things spread out. But I guess like the main focal point is I forget what they call it, the wagon wheel or the wagon barn. No, it's not that. I forget what they. I forget the name of what it's called. I always go there so many times. I don't even just But it's all Mennonite run. But some of the products they have, they sell like different furniture and different stuff. And this allegedly it's from the Amish, different I don't know, different Amish communities. I don't know, up north somewhere, wherever they may be. But Most of the produce and everything that's sold at the Mennonite market is stuff they grow or stuff that's locally sourced, and everything's fresh. All their food's fresh. They do have some type of different meals, like different casseroles and stuff like that. Meals, they'll make them up and freeze them. And yeah, you can go in there and buy a whole meal, different sides. You can go in there and get different sides and make your own meal. And it's all, yeah, good stuff, fresh stuff, local. Pies, cakes, all type of stuff. Yeah, I might go do that tomorrow. I might go check out the Mennonite market. It ain't that far, really. It ain't, but maybe, shoot, 25 minutes, maybe 25 minutes if that. Yeah, it ain't far. Let's see here. What's Garrett saying? Jack Swagger. Man, what a name. Jack Swagger from the WWE competed in the hand power slap contest, and the dude who slapped him in one slap, and Jack landed on his ass. Damn. You know, with a name like Jack Swagger, you figured he would have been more prepared. You know, he didn't have the full swag, didn't have the full package. There you go, Garrett. There's the link, Garrett. Come up and tell us about it, Garrett. We got to hear about this one. Just come on up, click the link, Garrett. Break the ice. Come up and tell us about it. You can save anywhere in like, oh yeah. I mean, it's unfortunately, fortunately, whatever, you know, it's that's how those type of things go. Certain things may break out and uh, become dysfunctional in cities, certain morally highly congested areas, and then your people search out. You know, people get hungry, people get desperate. Uh, they definitely go search out to the rural areas. You know, like any situation, I imagine they're going to try to find as much as they can uh, around them in the city, but certain resources run out, certain things run out. Yeah, people get desperate or hungry or a little bit of both. Yeah, damn. You know, you can't even have your own little. You can't even have your own 40-acre piece, your own piece to be at peace. Heck, the Mennonites can't even be in peace. Heck, they're robbing the Mennonites. Dang. Which where I'm at now, I'm not really right up on it, but I'm close enough. But where I'm getting ready to go within the next year, it's definitely going to be further out. Um, it's and if nothing else, it's just for my own peace of mind and my own uh, future and progress. Certain things I want to do. You know what I mean? Ultimately, I'm nowhere, even as much as off of the grid as I will be as far as doing certain things with nature. Uh, Ultimately, I'm not off any grid by any means, you know. Even if no phone, no laptop, no computer, no TV, if nothing comes with me, ultimately, you know, the Jack Swagger internet trail or uh, viewpoint, it's always there. But nothing else, it'll just be for my own peace of mind, peace of sanity, piece of land. ultimately the things that's happened, they ain't gonna stop happening because I move somewhere else. They'll be happening all around me. But I definitely have more land around me, more barrier around me. You know, what's the difference between the Amish and the Mennonites? Uh, yeah, there's probably a lot of different breakdowns, but probably the more obvious is the Amish. They live more strict or more, uh, I guess, more primitive. You know, I guess some may or may not have power to a certain degree, but more uh, on the land, from the land, hands on. Mennonites, I guess their beliefs still kind of the same. You can tell the Mennonites around here, the men kind of dress a certain way. The women always have on a like a handmade style dress. Their hair is always up. They never have their hair down long. It's always up into like a bun type thing. I don't know what you call that type of covering that the women wear, but they do have cars. They do have electricity. You know, modern like tractors, stuff like that. I think that would just be the more bigger and the obvious thing. But the I don't know now. But the Mennonite family that I used to work for, they had a they had the old original house that their dad built, and then they had another house that they had built beside it, and it had power, it had water, um, but they didn't have it. The Mennonite those this particular family, they didn't have any TVs, they didn't have any computers. They had cell phones, and they had radios, and of course everything else. You know, power, refrigerators, stoves, and everything like that. But no TVs, um, no computers, nothing like that. They just had a. They did have a cell phone, like I said, and a landline and a radio, and that was it. Which you know isn't really too far off from some people now. You know, so many people turn off the TV, disconnect the TV. You know, haven't watched TV. As many people are still tuning in. It's good to see so many people tuning out. You know, there's nothing wrong with tuning out as long as it's you is controlling what's getting tuned in and what's tuning out. Well, this particular property, it's been in the family. There's two there's two dwellings on the property now. Uh, one of them is pretty much live-in ready. It's got to probably just a few odds and ends, a little bit of elbow grease, but it's pretty much stabilized. The second one, it's I don't know. It's definitely gonna have to have some work. You know, it may be to the point where that one just won't be. The second one won't be livable. It'll just be like storage or like overflow. You know, maybe just disconnect power from that one and relocate it to another one. You know, maybe keep the second one just as a storage or something. But well, power, all of that's already established out there. Um, Access to water, there's creek. Uh, Plenty enough area for everything. You know, ultimately ultimately it could be anything. Enough room. If there was ever some type of meetup or something, it definitely could probably be big enough to do whatever size. It wouldn't be huge, you know. If I ever decided to host something like that, uh, meetup, whatever you want to call it, camp meet up. I don't know, but yeah, you could easily host. Oh yeah, you could easily host probably 100 or so people easily. On down the lines, I like to get some stuff. Maybe just take the power from that second. the second dwelling and just transfer it over. Get maybe some little sub powers or something. I don't know. Have it set up like a not like an RV park, but have like power stations every so far. You know, if somebody needed to pull up, plug in. You know, you might have to bring your own water, but you can have your stable power source. You know, we'll work on the water. You got to watch the water. I give you a little power. You might have to watch your own water. Let's see here. We got somebody in the backstage. Let's see here. I don't know if I'm familiar with this Jack. Jack, are you with us, Jack? Did you fall asleep in the back? I'm sorry, Jack. Jack, are you with us? I don't know if Jack's with us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see here. What's happening? What's happening?
Good job. You did it. You made it happen. I'm live.
Check, mic check.
Mic check, check.
Maybe it's me. Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, it's you, man.
All right, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, Elon Musk was trying to call me, bro.
Nice act. Nice
Should have known
act.
Should have known it was you, JG. Every time Elon Musk calls me, you pop up. What's up with that?
Good act, man.
Oh no, it ain't no act here, brother. It's purely organic. If it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't.
I see you.
Let's see here. Let's get this off of the screen. You never know who these characters are. I didn't know it was you, you know. Little did I know Jack Gannon stood for JG.
Yeah, JG's Jack Gannon. Jack Gannon's initials, JG.
Hope all is well. JG, ladies and gentlemen.
Bonnie wonders how I'm doing. I'm doing great. Just helping society. Skateboarding. The iconic life force I have is still going.
There you go. Doing what you want to do.
You could be doing what you want to do, man. I'm just living. I'm enjoying life, not slaving. I might have to work and make money, but I'm not slaving down to a full-time job and marrying some dysfunctional chick and telling my life that everything's okay. Telling myself, oh, your life's okay when you're just miserable and, the Matrix got you. I'm fighting the Matrix every day. And they put me in that fucking system. I'm gonna have a blast, man. I'm going after a few people.
No doubt.
Eye for an eye, man. These cops know what time it is. They know I'm ready.
Yeah.
They don't want people like me, man. If there were 20 people like me that specifically went after police, holy shit, man. Those jails and those fucking systems would be shitting themselves. Imagine 20,000 people going up against the system, the judges, the fucking bullshit lawyers, all the bullshit people, right? That's the Civil War right there. But I mean, you're not going to see 20,000 people united doing that shit. You're going to see them united fucking
20
playing
people to be
them.
united for that long, yeah. let alone
You're not going to
20,000.
see 20,000 people united as violent people going up against violent people going up against the worst, you know? But that
Yeah,
would be great, man. That'd be a great movie. That'd be an even better reality.
well,
These motherfuckers want to get high on fentanyl and fucking be fucking fake gangsters in jail and on the streets. It's like, man, you got to have awareness and see who the real enemy is.
oh, no doubt. Yeah, the hell with all that type of stuff. You
I
only
had
ever
some
have.
pro I had some protein powder, man. I'm feeling myself right now. I'm all juiced up on protein.
There you go.
Yeah.
I got a little bit of steak in me today, so I got the protein, but on the low end, different type of
Uh,
protein.
no
Yeah, I
snake at
read
all.
somewhere that you're what's supposed to. I don't know how specific it is, but I think I read somewhere that you're supposed whatever your body weight is, you're supposed to consume that in protein. So just I guess if you were 200 pounds, then you would have to consume like 200 grams of protein. Uh,
Right, right.
like eating straight meat or something like that, that'd be tricky. But during certain things, like you said, like protein powders or like certain yogurts, certain things like that, or shakes, you could definitely get it in that way.
I'm just joking about the protein. Yeah, you can, I see all these white collar people and they're eating well and you know, they're doing their little exercises, but you can tell they're not in good shape and they're just fucking, just overeating and just uh, playing emulating a healthy person or playing an athlete where they're not athletes. I'm a fucking athlete.
Yeah.
I know I'm a beast. I know I'm explosive. I know how strong I am, and I see these people, and I'm like, yeah, you might be eating good and overeating and not be able to fucking run a mile or fucking do construction work.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, if you ain't putting no motion or nothing behind that fuel, yeah, it's just you're just fueling for nothing. Yeah, you got to have something behind it, some type of discipline, some type of motion.
But they're straight sweet.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I worked with, I did some work recently, and the lady got a little mouthy with me. I can't stand women, man. Like you do these jobs, construction jobs, and the worst jobs are when the fucking wife gets involved, and it's like, fuck, man, keep that woman out of this fucking job, man. Keep that. Not all of them, right? But I've seen so many fucking dysfunctional, insufferable women where it's like, yo, like, put the fucking bird in the cage, man. Like, come on. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, I've seen some crazy situations, or sometimes they'll both of them, the husband and the wife, they'll both coming at you. I'm like, look here, ultimately these decisions, these type of things, ultimately this is up to y'all. I'm definitely not. I'm fixing to remove myself from this situation. I can handle every XYZ dealing with electrical, but ultimately these things, y'all got to figure it out.
Just shows you how people were raised and, like, what their environment was like.
I guess they didn't get the memo about the third wheel. I didn't want to be the third wheel. I just
I don't
wanted to
know.
get your electricity working. Everything else in between that y'all got to figure out.
There's etiquette people should have towards people that are working on your house and doing you a service and, like, kicking ass for you. There should be a certain etiquette they have. But what I see is many people fucking in like fucking an hour they become total cunts and total fucking kooks. And it's like, way to go, you just fucking killed the whole vibe, you just killed the whole morale, you know. And then
Oh, yeah, yeah.
they could laugh about it, they could get mad about it, but fuck, man, people suck. But not
Oh, no
all of them.
doubt.
Not all of them.
Yeah, I've met some characters myself. And we had this one guy. I mean, it really ain't really no complaint. I don't know even know why I thought about it, but dude, no lie, this guy's name was King Solomon. That was his name, King Solomon.
Wow.
And dude, I don't know what he had going on. It was weird. Like I don't know if it was exactly like every month, but dude, it seemed like every month or every other month, this dude would have us or whatever crew went out to his house, and he'd have this whole new batch of lights. And we just people. I went in there. Me and my one coworker, we went in there. I know at least twice. Changed out these lights, and then he was telling us, "Yeah, I'm gonna take down these lights, and I'm gonna get them to. I'm gonna take them over to my sister's house, and my nephew. He's gonna probably get him to put them up over there, or I don't know, might call y'all or something." It was just always something weird. I'm like, "What's this dude got going on with these lights, man? Why is he? Why does he keep getting out?" It was not no just regular old Timu or no Lowe's lights. I mean, it was like the old kind of intricate lights with like the gold looking or bronze or like the heavy glass, you know. Thinking, what is this guy that got going on with the lights? I'm like, there's something going on here. It just sounded weird. And his name was King Solomon. I don't know, dude. Like an international bronze thief. Who knows? Who knows what this dude had going on? And then some
King
people,
Solomon.
I think some people, their problem might be is they want the end result or they want the end product, but they can talk about it and maybe tell you kind of how they want it, but there's some type of disconnect in the visual like that. Like they just can't really visually uh, see the whole thing until it's done, you know? And it's like, oh, we had a customer like that, dude, and it was like, why is it taking so long or this, and that? And I'm like, y'all are here every day. You know, we're seeing what's going on. You're seeing that we're working around everybody else that's here. It's not like we're not working. We're doing everything and even going beyond doing extra stuff that you're asking us to do. It really ain't even the original scope. So, you know, if you keep asking what's taking so long, you have to account into everything that's going on, you know. And after that, to a certain point, it kind of smoothed over. But some people, it's just, I don't know. Until they see the end result and they see everything finalized and finished, they really don't click. Whatever it is, whatever the task or trade, it don't have to be electrical, you know.
Yeah, yeah. People just gotta chill.
Shoot, ain't no telling.
The best is find work and you're working for somebody and they're cool as shit. I met somebody. I've done jobs where the people were really cool, just solid people, just down to earth. They're the best jobs, and then you get these bad jobs, and it's like fuck, man. You know, that's why it's like, oh yeah, I'll work this job 2 days, 3 days, and get the fuck out of here. Or even better, sometimes they'll be like, oh hey, we got 2 days of work. I'm like, oh that's great because this family fucking sucks. You know,
Yeah,
5 days of work around this environment would fucking suck.
oh no doubt. And I ran into some. It's just like, man, don't know if it was just like perfect timing or it was meant to be. Shoot, you run into some and you do one job for them and it just turns into a bunch of them, you know? Like, well,
True. I did a job where the lady was like, I closed her door and her door couldn't close. And I was like, hey, I could fix that for you. She's like, really? What? Like, I told her what the problem was. She's like, yeah, you can fix it. I was like, yeah, I'll do it right now. And I, took off her door hinge, chiseled it out a deeper hole, put everything back together, door closed perfectly. And she was like, oh, she was, you know, very grateful. But in my head, I'm like, thank you for being cool. Thank you for just being a cool person. You know, like
Oh, no doubt.
that's what's cool. That's what's cool working for people. And it's like, hey, thank you for being like a solid person. Money's cool, but thank you for not being you know, a hassle for and vice versa. I don't want to be a hassle to people, but it's hard to work with. For me, it's hard to work with people that are just fucking total cunts. Because then it's like, ah, man, you're fucking. I'll shit all over you. I'll give you. I'll be the biggest prick back to you.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Start bossing you around or start talking to you real condescending or patronizing, and it's like, hey,
It's,
oh my back's hurting. I gotta go. I can't work anymore. Just get the fuck away from him. I've done that. I did that in fucking Texas, man. And the lady's like, yeah, but you're gonna do all this. I'm like, I gotta go. My back's really hurting me. She's like, yeah, but I had all this for. I was like, I can't work anymore. Like, man, she didn't even care, and my back was killing me. My lower back was fucked, man. She didn't give a shit. I got that money and got the fuck away from that fucking witch, man. Funny ass job.
some of the most interesting interactions with certain customers is the ones, man, they just like to get close sometimes, and then they like to try to tell you everything to do it. It's just like, you know, obviously you called me in here for a reason. I understand you're probably trying to learn it and see how things go, but that's cool. But man, dude, I think I might have just had a little 6 feet apart in me before the 6 feet apart happened. I think they might have pre-programmed me a little bit, but yeah. But we have that, like, shit. We got, like, I do electrical, dude. We got people that's like electrical engineers or people that work for like the power company. They know all about it. They can tell you all about it. They can draw it on the blueprints, but to do it, nah, they ain't doing it. They'll call in somebody. You know, they'll call in a tradesman, somebody to do it. Somebody like me or you. They can think about it and talk about it. Like this one guy, uh, I don't know exactly what his job title was, but when we met him, he's retired, but he's got a lot of things going on. I don't know, some type of engineer or something. But dude, every time we did a lot of work for him, but every time we do a project, dude, no lie, we get out there, he's already got all the material. He always gets the right stuff, dude. He researches it, gets all the material, everything he needs. Dude even comes with this little diagram on the little paper, dude. It looks like some. I mean, it's fascinating, dude. He's got you a whole little drawn out blueprint. Now, whether you go with that realistically or logistically, uh, but still, yeah, dude, he takes it to the next level. You could just be adding in 5 outlets, dude. He's got you the whole diagram, wire footage from the floor to the panel. Oh man,
Yeah, when you
Yeah,
mention materials, man, what's weird about California is you can only ask for 10% of the for the parts up front for the materials costs up front. So 10% really doesn't give of the contract that you sign for a contractor, whether it's a general builders, a C10 electrical contractor, because it goes off of classifications for California, which is a C10. So that's the code or the number for electricians. So same thing with the general builders, which is a subcontractor. um, so yeah, that's the problem. You can only ask for 10% of the money up front for the materials, which doesn't even give for the materials of the contract. So that's why things slow down here in California for that reason. They haven't changed the
what's up,
10%
Johnny?
law.
You
What's
crazy
up, Jack?
fuck?
What's that?
I said, what's up, you crazy fuck?
No, I'm not as crazy as it once was, man. I learned a lot too from doing roofing back in the day. Climbing cell towers. A lot of 1% LLC LLPs, man. It's where you just see one. You can go to court and you just see 1% of a partnership. They only have to pay you 1% per year. It's going to take you 100 years to see a full 100%. So I mean, that's why I say sometimes it's better just to be a subcontractor, which means you give the days off to like the like a C10 electrical contractor. You can give them a day off, and if they pay you on that day off, then you probably would want to go back to work for them. But if they don't, they give you the good old 1% LLC LLP paycheck, towards just 1%, and they say take you to court, then you just don't go back to work for them.
Yeah.
That's the best thing about being a subcontractor, just giving days off before you go work for people. That's how you weed out people, man. Because you just don't go willy nilly and just work as much as you can. I just don't think that's a smart idea, man. You'll get old fast, in my opinion, man. Unless it's a union, but even unions have their issues, man.
Yeah, it's like we're having like technically like an electrical license. Like here, if you want to have an electrical license for yourself, uh it's different levels. You could have like I forget what the first level's called. We'll just call it like it's not called handyman, but just for this reference, we'll call it like a handyman electrical, basic stuff. Uh Changing out, outlets, ceiling fans, basic stuff. But you couldn't do anything into like the service side. You couldn't do a service change. You couldn't do anything that required like a permit. Uh, but if you wanted to go to the next level and actually get your license, you got to have X amount of hours, X amount of experience. You got to have reference. Of course, you got to pay money like everything else. You got to pay. Then you got to go take a test. So yeah, it's a whole ordeal behind it.
Isn't
But
it called
you
apprenticeship there? What? I'm guessing the apprenticeship.
can do apprenticeship. There's different apprenticeship programs. There's a local technical college, and they're partnered with like different companies and different stuff like that to kind of give them some hands-on training while they're doing the trade, not just book stuff and stuff, whatever labs they're doing, but actually see what's going on in the field. Like wiring up a new home, wiring up a new commercial hotel, whatever they're going to be doing. And then there's certain companies that transition. Some of them even give you. I mean, a lot of them even give you like bonuses. Of course, a lot of them it says like up to. So of course, just coming in, you're not fixing to get the max. But if you're coming fresh out of school, something like that, you got some good credentials, whatnot. I see a big gap and void in the electrical trade just from people that do what I do to even like a higher up, like linemen, the people work for the power companies. There's a big gap in people that's doing that type of stuff. And I know it may not be everywhere, but I mean, here in my area, from what I'm seeing, and I know it's probably the same in other different trades. I don't know plumbers, uh, I don't know different trades.
Well, see, for electrical, you got a union. For plumbers, I believe you got a fitters union too. But there's a lot of trades that don't. Like HVAC, it's private. You're gonna get screwed
Yeah,
there. I mean, if there's no union, you're gonna get screwed. Basically, I don't know how you do it. Basically, be a subcontractor and just give a day off for a day to a company, like a partnership LLC, LLP partnership company. If they don't pay you, don't go back to them. That's pretty much it. That's how it works, man. You just gotta hop around until someone actually pays you more than 1% or 10% up front for the materials, man, which doesn't even pay for the materials and parts. So that's the problem,
yeah,
man.
huh, that's crazy.
Oh yeah, no, California's like that, man. I don't know about Oregon and Washington so much, but
I
that's what it is,
imagine
man.
it's different state to state. Every state's getting a cut. Every area is getting their cut. It's just how they get it, when they get it, where it's coming from.
I
If you
still
get
say,
lucky, if all you're doing is paying 10% to the big guy, shoot,
I don't know.
33% or better.
No, for California, you only get 10% of that paycheck, the contract up front.
Oh, like a
Uh,
retainer.
No, it's just your upfront cost for materials or parts and
Oh yeah,
materials,
yeah,
man,
yeah, yeah.
which
You
is
gotta have something. Yeah,
not going to cover the parts and materials. So legally, you're not going to get much with 10%. Let's just say you're doing a roofing
especially if you're
job.
like a subcontractor, a smaller unit. Yeah, you ain't got it
Yep,
like that.
the subcontractor is not the best thing you can do, man. That's why handymen have disappeared. It's not the best idea. You just go for the
Not at
electrical
first,
union.
till you build up some type of credibility, reputation.
I don't know. It's not about your credibility. You got to uh, build up credibility with other people, like credit with other people, man, because it works in
Oh
both
yeah,
ways.
credit too. But yeah, if you ain't putting out a good product or a good word of mouth, it don't matter what your credit's looking like. You can buy
Um,
all the products in the world if people ain't, you know what I mean? It's that
yeah,
balance.
it goes off a percentage, man. But still, even if you get that 10% up front for parts and materials, man, you can't write it off for somebody else's LLP, only for yours. So then you got to still pay, for California, it's at least
Regardless.
12%,
Yeah.
12% income tax, which is more than a 10% you get up front by law. And then another probably 20% for the federal. So you're probably paying sometimes 32% at most on the high end. On the low end, you're going to pay probably 15. So that's 25% total with state
Man.
and federal income tax. So that's double, triple almost of what you get up front for the contract, 10% up front for the materials cost. So yeah, the numbers don't add up. So that's why it's construction slow down unless you're union for like electrical or like the railroad union where you don't have to pay into Social Security. You get the full paycheck because you don't pay into Social Security. Sounds real good for that for railroads. But yeah,
Yeah,
there's not much unions, man. Not even for HVAC, for heating, ventilation, and air. It's private cell
man. So
towers,
many
man.
people get ripped off, and so many people disasters happen, and people just give up cash.
Cell
Out
towers too,
there.
man. Cell towers
Man.
private too.
I know that
It's not
happened to
union.
so many people in this area. After Hurricane Helena 2 years ago, dude, it was so many people, dude, they lost everything. Man, it was crazy.
Well, that's insurance adjusters, man.
Some people
The
just,
homeowner has the homeowner has to have an insurance adjuster. If they have crappy insurance, man, the insurance
oh, dude,
adjuster is going
everything
to
was
get.
bottleneck, dude. They had to, dude, it was so much disaster and so much destruction. Dude, they had to bring in extra people from elsewhere. And then that's what caused them the confusion. You know what I mean? Because they don't know nothing about the area. These folks is getting lost trying to find the destruction. They don't know anything about it. Dude, we're still dealing with people that's doing the insurance, dude. Almost 2 years later. This September the 27th will be officially 2 years since Hurricane Helena tore through the South. And I'm still riding past and still seeing stuff tore down. And some people, dude, unfortunately, they was already struggling then. And when that happened, even the simplest thing, dude, something as simple as just their meter got ripped off the side of the house. It might have just opened up a can of worms. It was perfectly fine until it wasn't. Now somebody comes in, this meter can is no good. It's got to be changed out. The wire going in looks corroded. It was okay until it wasn't. But these folks don't have the money. They don't have the money to spend those 6, 7, 8 grand, whatever it may take to get their house back online, uh, whatever the situation. And then at that point, even if it is maybe something we could do, it's out of our hands now because the city done got involved. Now they want to go in and look around and see if they got smoke detectors and stuff's messed up in there and it maybe not up to their code. So now they're shutting them down. So now it's already a messed up situation. Now you got families and everywhere that's just homeless for no reason at all, for just because a disaster happened. Just opened the can of worms that they just couldn't handle, unfortunately. Ton of people like that. I know just in my area, and as much damage and destruction here, it wasn't as bad as some places, Tennessee, North Carolina, in the foothills of the mountains, from what I saw, whole towns and communities wiped out. You don't even know where the hell you are. It just looks like a pile of sticks. All those natural landmarkers are gone. But yeah, I could just imagine from just that one event. And I can only speak on that because all them years, all the hurricanes and all the storms kind of went around us. You know, it was always kind of that thing, oh man, just, it always goes around us, but that particular one, shoot, it didn't go around us. It just went through everybody.
Yeah, as for insurance adjusters, man, like say in California for LA fires, sure they might have a $1 million umbrella, but it's depreciated a payment to where they're going to
Oh
give you
yeah, dude, they hit you with
30%
all that
less.
lingo. Yeah.
It's going to be like 700,000, which doesn't cover the $1 million house or property that was lost. So I mean, it works in both ways,
No,
even for California, man.
you're already taking a loss. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Just think of how many people just lost it like that. It's crazy how the system is.
Wildfires too, man. Up here too in Napa. That was LA in Santa Rosa. Yeah. It's just the umbrella system for the adjusters. They know how to milk the system to do depreciation value, which if they depreciate it too much to lower the value of it, you're not gonna be able to
There's
rebuild,
a
man.
once in a lifetime storm. Hopefully that one was it. I ain't never seen nothing like it. I don't know what the plan is, but hopefully that was the once in a lifetime one.
I mean, there's also medical field too. That's union. It's a lot better than getting into construction, man. Construction's just hit and miss, man. Got to do a lot of sub work for like giving days off as a subcontractor before you have enough actual uh, credit line with other contractors or classified contractors, classification contractors. They're called C here in California. So yeah, that's the issue,
Got
man.
to have some type of way to keep the money coming in.
What's good about construction though is you don't work with like Jewish people and Muslims, you know?
Oh yes, you work here in California with Muslims, man. Not Jewish, but Muslims. Yes, there's Muslims here, man. Shit, Yuba City has not too far from Dunsmuir. I think so. I think you passed Dunsmuir before. It's about 3 hours south of Dunsmuir in the valley. Yuba City by Chico, you know. Yeah, they got
Yeah.
100,000 Muslims there, man. For Northern California, that's the biggest. And then San Diego's the biggest in California for Muslims. So yeah, you do work with Muslims, man. Yeah, there's good and bad in Muslims, man. Just like women too. There's Chachilla Women's Prison had a lot of cool ladies that I went to high school with. I mean, they were not bad ladies. They just wanted to steal a car and go up Highway 5 or down Highway 5, whether it was up to Canada or down to Mexico on Highway 5. Like, yeah, they actually wanted me to go with them. And I'm like, nah, man, I was too young at the time, you know. But it was the time that California was having blackouts in 2001 and 2. Corey Davis was the governor at the time. Yep, they were just letting people out of prison.
You
Yeah,
said you
exactly.
worked at a prison.
I don't know. I was still coming out. I was in continuation school because at the time I didn't like the high school because it was too ghetto for me, man. It was pretty mean. I mean, goats are even nicer than the high school I was at, man. So yeah, I would actually be with a goat, you know, with the goats, smoking goats instead of dealing with the high school I was at. But yeah, it was. I went to Madera Adults. Sorry, not Madera. It's like a continuation school called Furman High School. So yeah, it's just a continuation school.
Mm.
It's like where the bad kids go, but not really that bad.
We had I ain't gonna say we had something like that here. I didn't ever go to it, but like when in our public school, like if you had I don't know, X amount of disciplinary things or different things, they would like get to a certain point and they said, all right, we're taking you out of the public school. We're not going to expel you, but we're sending you. They called it alternative school, and they sent like
Same
quote
thing.
unquote like all the bad kids. They sent them there, and they had to wear uniforms, and it just depended. Everybody wasn't there for the same period. It was almost just uh, you might be there for 6 months, or they might say, all right, you go in there for the rest of the school semester, or whatever level, or whatever I guess the punishment or whatever it was, you go there. And then I guess if you got in trouble there or something happened, then they would expel you. That was like the
Same thing.
last.
What?
That was like the last option, I guess.
Yeah, you mentioned the same thing. Alternative school is continuation school, just different
Yeah.
name, same game or same meaning. You know.
Yeah, it was on a school bus, and we always knew all the kids that was going to the alternative school because we didn't have to wear uniforms, but they did. So we'd pick them up on the school bus, and we'd all go uh, drop them off at the alternative school.
Yeah, I mean the ladies that were they were mixing the adult school with the prison ladies
But
that were
dude,
coming out of prison.
I look at a
So
lot of
tight.
that stuff, man. It was a lot of stuff, man. People just tried to. It was a lot of it was money. Tried to put stuff in systems because, man, I remember I had this guy, dude, and we used to get on the bus. We lived out in the country, so we was like one of the first kids to get picked up. And we talk about different things on the way to school, whatever. And then he would like disappear, you know? Like where the hell is he at? Might don't see him a little bit, then I see him again at the end of the day. So, over time, I'm starting to like wonder like where the heck is this dude at? Where the heck I ain't never seen him in no classes, no nothing. What the hell's going on? Then one day, uh I don't remember what happened. I was going to gym or something, and then I seen him coming like down the 400 hallway with like the special needs class. And in the high school we went to, the 400 hallway, it was like special needs, nursing classes, those type of stuff. And I'm like, damn. So I just asked him that right on the bus ride. I had to ask him, I'm like, man, what's up, man? Why they got you in that class? He was like, oh man, they said I got anger problems. They said I get mad or this and that. So they put him in there. And dude, I think ultimately probably putting them in that class probably would cause them to be mad. Like somebody just coming up to you and just saying, why are you so mad? Why are you so mad, Johnny? Why are you so mad, JG? You know, it may or may not piss you off, but ultimately it's, kind of doing something else to just kind of trigger something else, put people in them type of classes. But yeah, there was people like that, man, and they were smart as hell, could do all the book smarts, but they had done labeled them something. They had an anger problem or they had a this problem or whatever it might have been. And
I
coming up in
know.
the
Back.
nineties, it
It's
just
all
seemed
by
like a
design. It's all by
yeah,
design.
no. Coming up in the nineties, dude, it just seemed like a funnel. I know these things existed all throughout times. I could only speak on what I experienced, but dude, like coming up in the nineties, dude, it was just like a system or a funnel, continuation of whatever was before that. But yeah, dude, like people was just getting a check, dude. Oh, you couldn't tie your shoe? Oh, we can get you a check for that, bro. You're on the system, bro. You don't know your left from your right? Oh, that's an extra $150 bonus. Not saying that specifically, but you know what I mean. That whole system.
Well, for California, man, if you didn't go to school like high school, normal high school, they got about $90 a day for each kid. For continuation alternative school, it was
The
just forty
kid or the
dollars a day.
school? The school got $90 a day.
92 dollars a day, and then for normal high school,
Oh yeah,
and
and
then
that whole
for
$92. Yeah,
alternative school or continuation alternative school, they only got $40. So that's why they didn't like too much kids in alternative school or continuation school, because they only got half the money, pretty much, or less than.
I could see
That
if
was
it was
back.
like double the price or something like that. Then you could say, all right, now they're looking for a system or a problem to put them in there. And look, they're putting them in the system and say that they're a problem and charging. They're charging more. It's crazy.
And that was
But
back
yeah,
in 1999, Wildlife. So 1999 was already 27 years
that
ago.
was it.
But that was my high school years. 99 2000 was the craziest time for me. I mean,
And you were in high school in '99 and 2000.
yeah, that was my
Oh
sophomore,
yeah, you didn't
junior,
even know.
junior year.
You didn't even know that was the last of the years, bro. You didn't know the party like 1999.
I mean, that wasn't just party. It was just the focus of like the prison ladies that were mixed with us, because it was adult school with continuation alternative school together. I mean, I think back in the day, there was like 35-year-old ladies coming out of prison, and I was like 17, 18 at the time. So you had these buff, wiry ladies that were like geniuses at stealing cars, dude, and also using cell phones at the time. There were the flip phones, the really uh, bad flip phones, like the LGs, the Nokias, to where they were easy.
Yeah, I used
You
to have
actually
one of
still
those little
use the
cheesy LG flip phones back in the day.
yeah, you had to use the double A's or the triple A batteries still. Didn't have the NiCad, I forgot
That's
the
back when you
lithium.
could take your battery out, and if your battery went bad, you can go get another one. You know, those days is
Yeah.
long gone.
Well, that was part of Nextel. I think that was Nextel and AirTalk, I think, or
Oh
Air
yeah,
Wireless. It was part of Nextel, where they had the coast to coast walkie talkies.
yeah.
But
Back
no,
in the
they're
1900s, bro.
yeah. I mean, that was the walkie talkies were cool. They didn't track you on that, so for them, they got away with that for not getting GPS tracked so much. They would just take the batteries out and then not get tracked. That's how ladies that would steal cars. They were geniuses back in those ladies. Now, I
It's
haven't
like
heard of any. Was that what?
whenever the little push to talk came out, whenever it got kind of like popular, I didn't have the Nextel one, but whatever it was, I went to what was it, Boost, and I went and got the phone. Duh, dumb me didn't even think it through. I didn't even know nobody else that had it, so I'm like, what's the point of even having this phone? You know, you can't even push to talk nobody. You had to. It's one of them things. I guess you had to have the phone. I forgot how it worked. You had to have the phone or something like that. I'm like, damn, well, that don't make no sense.
I still got IDEN,
It's
Brute
like having a
IDEN.
PlayStation 5 and no internet. You know, you can't do nothing but just look at it.
I still got those push to talk Brute IDEN Motorola models. Not the Casios; those are like the first ones. But
Those old
the
burner
Brute,
Casios.
yeah, those the push to talk Casios were I think the first ones. I think LG might have had one. Panasonic I think had one. The push to talks back in '99.
Oh yeah,
I think
dude.
Panasonic had one before everybody. Yeah, that's back in '99 now.
There wasn't nobody had to push to talk. I said that was a waste. Once that little service went out, I was like, oh, I'm done with them.
Oh no, they actually still work, man. As walkie talkies, they go about 25 to 29 miles in distance. If you get a big enough antenna on your car, you can go like maybe 35 miles. It's basically a walkie talkie, man. It's not coast to coast, but it'll turn into just a normal walkie talkie. That's about it. Might cast the CB radios on truck drivers, but even truck drivers don't use that anymore, so it's
I ain't
irrelevant,
got
man.
nothing major. I need to invest in some good ones. I got some little cheap aftermarket ones I use, like little job site radios, you know. They work good for those purposes.
Yeah, the only problem with these is they don't connect because it's Sprint network or Nextel. It's obsolete. Sprint sold out in 2019, so it won't connect to a cell tower anymore. That's the problem.
I ain't
That
never
has to
liked
go.
Sprint. I remember back in the day when I used to went to try to go get my first official cell phone. I tried to go to Sprint. And dude, they basically just was like, oh, you don't even exist right now. So I'm like, the heck with these clowns. You had to do too much. They wanted too much. But to think about it, too much for nothing. Ultimately, I went with Verizon at the time. I was with Verizon for a long time. But yeah,
Well,
Sprint
no,
never
no,
wanted to show me no love. Now I see why they went under.
nah. Sprint merged with Nextel. They merged with Boost. What's the other ones they took? Virgin Mobile.
And
I forget the other few that they had too. But yeah, they bought them out.
when I was
They got
young, I
better.
had a fistful of cash, dude, and they still didn't want to acknowledge me. I'm like, bro, I don't know what else y'all want at this point, dude. I've got all the proper credentials. I got a fistful of cash. What else do you want?
Contract, man. Back then, that was a problem. Contract. That's why I do miss the penny a minute phones. They were like a penny a minute,
At
you know.
that point, I wasn't even opposed to the contract. I don't know whatever the problem was. Ultimately, I went with Verizon and got contract up with them. You know, it was good while it lasted. You know,
I pay
but
40 a month. I just buy one of those cheap phones, get a total wireless plan or one of those like cheap Walmart plans. Unlimited data, calls, 40 a month, no contract, no fucking, you're not tied in.
Well, as for you, Watt, you're in Georgia. You know, there's a company called Tello Mobile. They use T-Mobile towers. They're like $15 a month, 1.5 for unlimited, man. I don't know if you ever heard of Tello Mobile out of Atlanta, Georgia.
yeah, now you got all the like these 40, 20 different packages and different deals. Yeah, shit.
That's
Now
what
you
I
can
use.
get a phone anywhere you go. You get your phone.
That's what I use, man. They're out of Atlanta, Georgia. Tello Mobile.
You
It's actually
guys got
started after
iPhones?
taxes. Good.
Johnny, I know you got an iPhone. You got an iPhone what?
No, I don't. I have no iPhone, man. I use Moto G Pure. I do not use iPhone, man. That is San Jose, California monopoly right there. Tim Cook, dude, you want to watch out with iPhones. I do not use iPhones.
I don't play that at Sacktown.
What's so bad about iPhones?
If you know the company here in San Jose that makes them, the Apple iPhone, that's where it started. You wouldn't want to buy nothing from Apple iPhone or Apple. I mean, if you got people in chat that like them, great. But I don't because I live right next to only literally an hour and a half away from it. I've been there and I don't like Apple iPhone. Their corporation and their partnerships, I just don't really care for it.
It
Probably go
doesn't
with
make
Starlink.
sense to me to pay, hundreds of dollars or $1,000, $2,000 for an iPhone that can easily
$700 for
break.
an iPhone, really? That's just highway robbery right there. Should be just $50 or $100 for a like this Moto G Pure I'm on right now was only $79, man.
Well,
And you see,
I bought a iPhone just to film my travels and shit a couple of years ago, and it was 100 and something bucks. And now I'm looking at them, and they're all 400, 500. And it's like, fuck that. I ain't
that must
paying
be
that much money for that.
JG. That must have been a refurbished phone because yeah, I got refurbished phones from iPhone. I got a iPhone
No, it's
11.
brand new. It was a brand new phone.
You must have had a good deal somewhere, man, because I've never heard of a new iPhone from the factory in San Jose, like in Mountain View, Santa Clara County, where they're at. Apple iPhones, the new ones, they're $700, dude. They've always been like $700, even back in 2009, man. You know how much computers were back? Let's just go before that. You know that Apple Macintosh? You know how much that costed back in the 80s? Freaking $4,000 for a freaking computer, dude.
Dude, this
Yeah.
way you. And then
Well,
you know what they got?
I bought one of those it was an older iPhone in Nevada. I bought it at a Walmart in Nevada. It was brand new for like I think it was $220.
You must have some crazy deal, man. You're lucky, because yeah, no, any iPhone, even if you trade it in, it's always $700, man. It's just that's the cheapest price you get for a freaking iPhone, dude. Versus
I,
this,
I graduated the year the smartphones came out. I graduated in 2007. I remember I took off that summer. I didn't work or do nothing. I said, hell, I've worked every summer up to this point. And then I started back work. I think I started working in August for the union, Carpenters Union. And whenever the first iPhone came out, I remember I seen one for the first time. I swear this dude was probably like in the witness protection program. He looked like he was just straight out of The Sopranos. Looked like he'd never seen the Georgia Heat. But anyway, he went and bought the brand new iPhone when it first came out. And everybody was on the job site over there standing around. I'm like, what the hell they doing? So I walk over there. Dude, he got the little uh lighter candle flame on his phone. He's moving it back and forth, and the flame was flicking as he was moving his phone, dude. And everybody was fascinated about this. And I said, dude, this is like that was like a meme moment at that very moment. It was like whatever you want to. It was that moment before everything happened up to this moment. It was almost just like a caveman rediscovering fire at that moment, but not in a good way, not to like the progressive way that might have got something farther. It was like, I don't know. And I said, damn, that's weird. You know,
that's back
this
in
dude, went- this dude
07,
went
dude.
and bought a brand new, whatever it cost to get the brand new iPhone just to do a fake flame, and everybody was mesmerized by it.
Yeah, no, actually, what? I don't know if you remember the Blackberries, man. That was the first smartphone. That was back in 2001. Was the Blackberries? Then came
Yeah.
the iPhones in 07.
Oh yeah, with the little mouse thing, little mouse ball in the middle.
Yep, they even have flip version. I actually still got a few of those, two or three of those flip Blackberries, to where they got the flip style BlackBerry, not just a square BlackBerry. It flips like a clamshell, and it has the it's like an old BlackBerry when you flip it up.
No, I'd mess a flip phone up now. It was simpler times, but yeah.
Yo, so
I don't know.
if you hop a freight train going to El Paso, Texas, there's a terminal outside of El Paso called Santa Teresa, and if you get off there, you got to walk like 7 miles, 6 miles to get to like a gas station. but there's a small airport, and I walked along the side of the fence, and there were tons of fucking cell phones, just old like brick phones, BlackBerry type phones, all scattered across the fucking fence. I picked
Oh,
one up, charged it up. It still had data on it. Still had I could still use it.
huh.
But
Damn.
You
it
know,
was some cat, some dude from another country. That was his phone. All of his information was there. But dude, there were
JG,
like 50 phones, 60 phones.
JG, you do know El
Crazy.
Chapo Guzman was famous for using Blackberries, man, underneath the drug tunnels, underneath the Mexican border. So you got to watch out that area, dude. He loved black phones, too. Sorry, BlackBerry phones. Forget which model, not the flip model like I got, but the newer model after 2003, I think. That's the phone model he loved. I actually
Yeah,
still
so
got like a whole. Good.
I guess the illegals would just hop the fucking fence right there and get on a plane. Because I mean, dude, there were tons of phones, and it was like, all right, I guess they just come through the desert there, cross the tracks, boom, they're right at the fucking airport. They,
Huh.
throw their
Hot
shit
spot.
down and fucking hop over the fence.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'd rather go with like a Motorola blue phone from Florida, the brand Blue, BLU from Florida. PCD. It's a merger of they merged Panasonic and Casio merged together. They're also out of Florida too. Or new NU, the new brand. It's called NU. It's new, but it's NU. It's out of Texas. Other than Apple iPhones, man, they're built here still for their Androids. News from Texas, PCDs from Florida, and Blues from Florida too. So there's other brands that were made here in America. Even Motorola, it's made in Chicago. Now they split with Levino, which is China, but there's other brands that are made in the United States, not just Apple iPhone, dude. Which you do know that iPhones only 10% is built here. 90% is built in China. So you're not really buying a phone built here if it's an iPhone, So it's the same concept.
iPhones are a scam. I mean, that's all it is a scam. Because fuck, that much money for a phone, and how much does it cost to make that phone, and all the other fees involved?
Oh,
It it
pennies on
ain't
the dollar
it ain't
compared to what
shit,
they
man.
sell it for.
Yeah, but it's crazy the prices they sell it for now, and people they're willing to buy for it, socially engineered to fucking pay all that money, you know,
You're
for
better off. You're better off
stupid
getting a
ass phone.
Starlink, man. Getting a Starlink is actually better. I don't know how you guys feel about Elon Musk. In my opinion, at least you get the satellites connection from the outer space connection, the satellites in space. The Elon Musk Starlinks
Do they sell a
satellites.
mobile version? I know, like the
Like,
Starlink setup with the satellite you adjust it to catch signal. Like a fewer stationary. But do they make a
yeah,
mobile version?
it's $1,000. It's $1,000. They do make a mobile version. It's $1,000. Ukraine was getting them free during the Ukraine war in 22 when they were having a war. With
Dude,
Russia.
during after Helena, man, they were giving them things away. They were giving you the equipment and everything. I don't know how and everything like that, and it was crazy.
The reason why Elon Musk, the reason why Elon Musk gave Ukraine the phones is because your cell towers, they in a war when Russia started bumming. Can't say the word because it's a trigger word. Um, Russia started bumming Ukraine. It messes
And
up your
everything is
signal.
a trigger word somewhere. What's
Well, it
not a
messes up.
trigger word?
Okay. Well, I'm just saying it messed up the signals on the cell towers. So then
Oh
he just
yeah,
gave all the people, all the citizens in Ukraine, a free Starlink uh, phone, $1,000 phone. So, in my
Starlink
opinion,
phone. I didn't
oh
even know
yeah,
they had a Starlink phone.
they do have a Starlink phone, man.
Huh, there
It's
you
about
go.
$1,000. It's a
Five
satellite phone.
thousand dollars.
Oh yeah, it's more than a Apple iPhone, but Apple iPhone um, is easily hacked compared to a Starlink phone.
5 G's for a Starlink phone. That's crazy. It must come with a lot of stuff. It must be like a lifetime phone.
No, you just get probably like free upgrades. You don't quote me on the free upgrades. I'm just saying you get the newer version at the same price. You're just trading it in, and you just pay the same payments. Basically, it's like trading in a new car. You're still making payments, so you're still got a tax deducted every 7 years. 7 year depreciation if you got a farm, or if you got a semi truck business or construction trucking business, it's 3 years. So it's just rotating the taxing system for the federal income tax and the state income tax. If you have state income tax, you're tax deducting basically. That's all you're doing.
You have a good night, Bunny. And it's different, yeah, state to state and stuff. That's like different taxes and stuff. Especially being right here on the border. I'm on the Georgia side, but being on the border of South Carolina, things are different state to state. Just a lot of different levels, different taxes, different sales taxes. You know, some places may be exempt to certain, uh, I guess, like sales tax in a way, but they hit you with other little taxes. So it offsets some type of way. They give you some relief in one area, they just make it up in another area. And they have the big was it the tax free weekends every year. That's always been a thing in the area. The tax free weekends for the kids back to school stuff. And it used to be like limited, like you could just get like certain stuff, but now it's pretty much every I ain't gonna say everything, but yeah. So yeah, every year people make the mad rush in here when they have a think we have ours one weekend, and then I think like South Carolina they have theirs like the following weekend. But oh yeah, dude, you'd think the store was going out of business. I guess if you got kids, man, these days, man, ain't nothing cheap, man. I remember when I was a kid coming up, dude, I used to tear up some groceries and stuff, and then I was constantly growing, so it wasn't like my, you know, cost of everything. I know it's through the roof, so you try to save every little penny and cut what corners you can. Couldn't imagine what it costs to raise a kid these days.
Not to change the subject, but I forgot one brand out of Washington State. It's called Moxie or Mooxie, Moxee, Mooxie or Moxie. It's also a good phone, man. That phone, I used to talk into it and used to always get my speech from text to talk or talk to text
Yeah,
perfectly. And it would talk to me perfectly. It was a nice smartphone, man. Forget what model it was. Also makes a good tablet. Moxie or Mooxie. It's made in Washington State. It's designed in Washington State, but built in China.
it's all about the
Just
cash, bro. It's 20. We're halfway through 2026, dude. There ain't no way we shouldn't be able to connect some type of way. You know what I mean?
Yo, if you're gonna
There
have
ain't
a
no
kid
way.
nowadays, you gotta have $1 million to have a kid. If you don't have money and you have a kid nowadays, it's just gonna drive you insane.
out of state, man, like California, yeah, you got to have a $200,000 a year job in most of California, unless you're in like the hills, man. Maybe 100,000 gets by. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
But I'm
out of
talking
state.
about having money saved up just to have a kid.
Oh yeah. No doubt. Yeah. Yeah. If I
You
bring
could
a kid
you
into
could
the world, I definitely want to leave them better off than I came into it, whatever that may be. I came in butt naked and broke. But yeah, I want to definitely have some levels of security.
Nah, I mean being poor and having a kid nowadays, it's gonna drive you insane, man. It's a fucking trap that I don't
I
know.
mean, it depends on what states you're in, man. There's people.
Depends on what state you're in. Yeah.
California, dude, they'll go crazy, dude, if they were poor.
Some states have more taxation, but every state's getting their penny for sure.
California's a trip, man. I've been just observing Santa Cruz and fuck, man. It's people over here are just fucking. They're A lot of them are just fucking like straight up sociopaths. These white collar fucks.
DG, have you been to Watsonville? It's in South Santa Cruz County.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah, I was there before.
You like Watsonville? That's probably the only place I like in the Central Coast is Watsonville.
Nah, I like Santa Cruz over Watsonville.
It's in the county of Watson. Watsonville is in Santa Cruz County. It's the same place, but it's just South Santa Cruz County.
Nah, it's a way different place. Santa Cruz is the geography is way different.
Yeah, well, it's farming right next to the ocean. Watsonville's farming right next to the ocean. You got the strawberries and the lettuce. Any
I'm
impact
looking
sprinklers?
at
You got to move the pipe.
yeah, I'm looking at places in a different lens than how you look at it.
So you'd rather be in a beach town over a farming town next to a beach?
I'd rather be in Santa Cruz than Watsonville.
You talking about Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk?
Santa Cruz.
Yeah, there's a place called Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. It's the beach boardwalk. They got the Ferris wheel. You got the little fair, right next to the beach.
Right.
I would rather not want to be there. I mean, the people
I don't
there.
give a shit. I don't give a shit about the beach and the boardwalk. Beach is cool. The ocean's cool. I don't care about like that amusement park there on like the southern side of Santa Cruz. Well, it starts getting south there.
Southern side, you said?
It starts to get south there. Yeah.
So you'd rather be in hills over flatland? Because Santa Cruz on the south side is flatland. Santa Cruz on the north side is hills, man. Gets wildfires, man.
Nah, where I'm at, it's more northern. Not northern.
Talking about like Half Moon Bay?
That amusement park in Santa Cruz on the beach is, like it starts to go southern there. That's all I was saying.
Yeah. Probably more of a tourist spot than anything, you know. You don't want to go too far south, Johnny. Either you get stuck there or you just wish the way that you never got there, you know.
Oh yeah, I know the feeling, man. Don't pass Watsonville, man. That becomes different world. Big Sur. I don't know if you've been to Big Sur, JG. I wouldn't want to be there. It got wildfires, and it's got the Fort Hunter Leggett military base. Becomes different there. It's too much wildfires. It's just overrated, too expensive. Gas is expensive.
California is loaded. I forget how many bases they got. I bet there's bases all along the coast.
Not necessarily. I mean, there is the one that I'm closest to is probably Travis Air Force Base in Fairfield, Vacaville area. I'd rather not go to Santa Cruz. I try not to pass Benicia oil refineries. I stay north of the Delta and also Vallejo, north of that. Basically Napa, Petaluma, Santa Rosa, Bodega Bay, basically. Portuguese Beach.
It was a friend of mine. I don't know what base he was in, but we graduated together, and he did, I guess, like his basic, and then they shipped him somewhere. He was like, "I'll call you and let you know where they shipped me." They was shipping him somewhere in the States, but they shipped him somewhere outside of Las Vegas or Hollywood. He called me up. He said, "Man, you ain't gonna believe where I'm at." And I said, "Where?" He said, "I'm in Hollywood." I said, "Man, you ain't in no Hollywood." He said, "Yeah." He said they were at so and so base, and I guess after they do their training, or I don't know. I guess you got to stay on base for so long before they let you go off. I don't know what the situation was, but yeah, he wasn't but so far outside of Hollywood or somewhere right in there. He was
Irvine.
over there or some other beach, but
Irvine.
not never being in California or that far out. You think you're in Hollywood, that may be the place to see, but yeah,
Long
may not be
Beach.
the beach because everybody's gonna be there. Yeah.
I don't really want to pass Sacramento, man. South of Sacramento becomes traffic. South of Napa becomes traffic. You want to stay north of
You
Napa.
can't even get there on the beach, dude. It's just you're people watching. You can't even beach watch. You're watching the beach to people.
And no, what, dude? If you pass Portuguese Beach in California, little beach there in Bodega Bay, just west of Santa Rosa and west of Napa, called Portuguese Beach, like the country of Portugal. If you go
Yeah.
north of that, there's nobody on the beaches. Like Dinner Beach has nothing. Point Arena has nothing. Fort Bragg has nobody there. I mean,
I
it's just
might need to
very.
go out there if I ever go. Just have my own little section.
It's curvy, man. It's just
Put
you
some
got to drive
caution tape
25.
out, some cones.
You
rope
got to
it
drive
off.
25 miles an hour along the one, man. You're better off taking the 101. It's straight.
Oh,
If
dude,
you
I'm
go
used
right
to it,
along.
dude. I'm like, shoot, with these idiots that I drive around here, dude, it's like riding in a school zone. You know, the lights is always flashing, but nobody's home, dude. I'm used to it.
See, the problem with that when you're on the one right along the coastline is you got to drive 25 miles an hour because you're not used to it. There's a lot of idiots that drive 45 and they're coming at you, and either you're going to go over the cliff into the ocean, or they're going
I'm
to go
already
over the cliff.
prepared,
In
dude.
the
I'm
ocean.
used to dodging deer, people, possums, raccoons, stuff that they ain't even got names for. They don't even know this
Crackheads.
stuff exists, bro.
It's the same
Yeah,
thing skateboarding. Gotta
that's true.
dodge all types of shit.
Yeah, but I mean, see, when you're going through curves, like 25-mile-an-hour curves, for me personally, I like the Highway 5 because I can go 60, 65, maybe 70 if it's the right car. And the curves it's smooth. I can almost be sleeping and just take the curves, and it's just so smooth. That's why I like Highway 5 more than I like the one or even the 101. I just don't really like the coastline that much because it's just curvy and there's more traffic. Sure, it's
Yeah, it's a
cooler. It's
bitch,
perfect
man.
weather. Was that?
It's a bitch. I hitchhiked, or not hitchhiked. I drove up to San Francisco with some people from Venice. We were in Venice and drove up to San Fran, and it was annoying taking all them turns and no style, like no. It's just
Were you taking the one right on the ocean, or are you taking the
yeah,
101
yeah,
just about a half an hour inland
right
from
on
the
the
ocean?
ocean.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, dude, that sucks. Yeah, I would not
It
want
was
to take the one.
cool seeing the sights, but yeah, all those turns, it was trolling. Like it was like, all right, this shit is getting old.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'd rather go 101 if I was to do coastline over one any day. Sure, it's cool to see the ocean. That's nice. But I mean, the ocean's it's the same anywhere, man. Even in Savannah, Georgia, that Atlantic Ocean is just as good as the Pacific Ocean, in my opinion. But it's just overrated.
What I've noticed a lot with Californians is how nosy and like sidetracked they are by, you know, just other people. Like dude, people will just be staring at motherfuckers, and I don't know.
Yeah. No, see, JG, when you're in a place that's artsy, like Santa Cruz, that's why I like Watsonville better because it was a farming town. It basically has impact. I don't know if you know what impact sprinklers are. It's the 30-foot aluminum pipes with the riser that's coming up. I think I showed it on Watt Life's channel or Cola's channel with the pipes they got in the field down. It's they move those, the 30-foot aluminum 3-inch diameter with the 20-inch riser with the impact sprinkler. You got to move that for the lettuce and strawberries in Watsonville. That's why I like it, because it's more of a farm town. It's not just more artsy and touristy, because touristy people are going to look at you like you're an outsider, dude. But if it's a farming town by a beach, they're not going to really, judge you as much how you look, because of course, they're going to look at you, JJ, and probably think you're an out of stater. You're somebody from out of state.
Yeah, I just even looking back to my past, like just being around certain family members, how they drove, like my mom was a solid driver, and then I'm looking at other people in my family, and they're just kind of like a hassle to be in a car with because they were just so fucking like distracted by shit. And I see that same shit in California where I'm like, fuck, man. Or like here in Santa Cruz, it's like fucking like just
Remember,
drive your fucking car.
you're in a tourist area now, man. If you go to a farming area, like, I don't know if you've ever been to Bodega Bay yet, like Petaluma, Santa Rosa, Bodega Bay, where there's a beach called Portuguese Beach. That area is different than has older people that don't really or on a phone, and they don't really care how you look so much. And they have like cows on the beach, you know. Basically, you can actually see cows on the beach in Portuguese
Yeah.
Beach in Bodega Bay. So it's different when you start passing the North Bay, like San Ramon, San Rafael. If you go north of that, Marin County, if you go north of that, into Sonoma County, that's different than where you're at Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz is
Yeah,
touristy, man. So
sure.
is Monterey. It's a tourist attraction. They want to see the Fisherman's Wharf in Monterey. They want to see the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. They want to see Half Moon Bay. And if you go farther south, they want to see the Hearst Castle, which is the Patty Hearst family that she got kidnapped. That's the same Hearst family I'm talking about. It's a Hearst Castle right on the beach. And then Pismo Beach, I don't really pass Pismo Beach, but that's more San Luis County, Santa Barbara. It's north of that, Santa Maria. Yeah, they want to see that. See, and that's touristy. All that's touristy. It's not farm towns with cows on the beach, like say Petaluma or Bodega Bay, which is my favorite place, man. From California, yeah, it's gonna be anything north of Marin County, anything north of Benicia, Vallejo, anything north of it's the other one I'm missing, Rio Vista, which is going to have a big old AI center someday, one day, in about 5 to 10 years. But anything north of that, anything north of Sacramento, UC Davis, anything north of that. See what's the next one? Lincoln, the Sacramento Airport, north of the Sacramento Airport has a lot less traffic. All that has less traffic. So
Right. I just observed, man. Even like like sitting in a Home Depot parking lot and watching like all these people try to like get out of their parking spot and almost hit a car or hit a car, and the dude comes up to you, "Oh, I didn't even see that, man. Did you see me hit that car?" I'm like, like just sitting there like, man, and these people are so fucking distracted, and then
that's not distracted right there, JG. That's swoop and swap. You haven't heard of that scam called swoop and swap?
nah, I'm not talking about a scam. I'm talking about sitting there observing and having an
Yeah, it's
awareness
just
of
real
people
people
that are
scamming
just
themselves in real life.
I don't know. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about they do that, dude. They basically get the insurance claim in the parking lot from somebody in the parking lot. If they notice you as a rich old person, they will just literally
These folks
make it
ain't
look
even
like
thought that far ahead, Johnny. These folks are self scamming themselves.
no. These guys will back in. Like if you ram somebody in the back, you have the person that rams the person in the from the back has to pay. So these
Oh
people
yeah,
are
yeah,
literally
yeah, yeah. They get you. Yeah, they get somebody in front of you, hit the brakes. Yeah.
yeah. And the
Mhm.
same thing with the stupid people. I'm not going to say stupid, but scammers in the parking lot. They'll literally go in front of you and back up and crash into your front of your truck and say you ran into me and get your insurance because they got the camera right there. But what they forget is Home Depot has a camera right there, so they're just dumb. Like I
Yeah,
guess
you ain't going out in society like that without being on camera, yours or not being yours. You know.
right,
they're
John.
stuck in
I was
like
just saying, I was getting at bad drivers. I see you're talking about scammers, but I was just getting at like just observing bad drivers and the shit they do, just in a fucking parking lot or just observing, skating around and shit. People are
yeah,
sidetracked and distracted, and they're not like focused 100%. They're just like, I don't know.
No,
It's
you're
just
right.
interesting. Even fucking skateboarders, man. You go to a skate park, these motherfuckers are uh, just. It's like, where's the etiquette here?
yeah. I don't know much about skateboarding, man. I got some rollerblades on my. I can tell you, I'm right here on the. I don't know what they call it in my closet. But I don't skateboard no more, man. Even rollerblades, man, they mess up my ankles, dude. I'm already 43. I'd rather not
It's,
mess up my ankles. And also, if you hit a little pothole, because California's not always perfectly paved, man. Nowhere is perfectly paved. So you have to have a perfectly paved sidewalk or a asphalt road or any
Oh,
little rock you hit, you're gonna eat it, dude. So that's why I try not to use rollerblades, even skateboards, man.
I can't stop skating, man. I'm too obsessed with the art of skateboarding. Like I could fucking not skate for a couple weeks or a couple months, but in my head, it's like I'm still looking at shit. And then when I do skate, it's the same shit. You know,
You like
you can dream
foldable?
about it, right? You can dream about it. You can do it firsthand. You can think about it. You can fall asleep and learn a trick in your dream and wake up and be like, damn, like I could probably learn that. You know, it's like it's like a possession. Like it's everywhere you go. You're looking at shit through a different lens and like a different uh it's like you're an alien, you know? You're looking at stuff like
You like the
different
you like the
type of
foldable
person.
BMX bikes? You like the foldable BMX bikes? They could take on a jet and
Nah,
a bus and a train like Amtrak or Greyhound.
nah. I like road bikes. I don't care about BMX bikes or mountain bikes. Road bikes are cool. Just being able to mash around on like a real light bike, fixed gear, coaster brakes, pretty dope.
Yeah, I'm just saying the brand. I'm not saying the brand of BMX because I think BMX is another scam, just like Apple iPhones. I'm just saying like just a normal aluminum frame foldable one speed bike that only has 18-inch wheels or 20-inch wheels because you can't have bigger to go on a jet. It has to fold to go on a jet or a bus or an Amtrak train. To be able to get around, to travel is the best thing. If you're going to travel out of the country or in other states.
Yeah. Yeah, I would use road bikes. Retrospect, they make a really, smooth, good ride road bike. It's like fixed gear, and then it'll have like a coaster brake on it, or it'll have you could get them with like brakes and pedal backwards, and I could not stop. But road bikes are the shit. A good road bike, not like one of them fucking 12-speed bikes. They suck. I'd rather just have a road bike.
How many
Fixed
speeds do
crank.
you like? How many speeds do you like on a bike? I just like one speed.
Yeah, just one speed, fixed gear. Just you're moving.
How big a sprockets? How big a sprockets do you like? You like the 12-inch sprocket on the pedal, and then the 6-inch on the back wheel.
I'm really ignorant towards all the parts and whatnot and the measurements and
Well,
just
see, if you
I would just get a retrospect road bike. I'd buy those for like $200, or you could find them on Craigslist like for $100.
if
I'm
you go
really
with the 12-inch, the
naive
12-inch
to
sprocket,
bikes.
if you go with the 12-inch sprocket on the pedals, and the 6-inch sprocket on the what do you call it, the rear wheel, you can go up to like 35 miles an hour if you pedal hard, just with one speed.
Yeah.
But it's hard to pedal. To take off, it's hard. So sometimes it's
Oh
better to be
yeah.
in between, like an 8-inch pedal sprocket, and then like maybe a 4-inch or 2-inch back wheel sprocket, to where it's like in between, to where you're going about 20 miles an hour on a bike pedaling hard, and you could take off really fast.
Yeah.
Has to be all aluminum, man. Nothing forged steel too heavy. Aluminum forges works too. All light.
I bet out there in
Not sure what the
California, I
retros.
bet uh, you probably see all type of skate parks or different places to skate. Out here where I'm at, I don't really know if we have like an official like skate park, where people would like congregate, but like you go like downtown, especially like downtown on the Riverwalk, man, I just see a bunch of people skateboarding. I can't really say it's always been a big thing, it's like one of those things, people's always kind of into it, but it's got bigger followings, bigger uh stuff like that in big areas. But it's always been kind of skateboarders, that type of community. Well, I don't know this community. I do notice a lot of people out skating downtown, stuff like that. It's pretty cool. It's not really my thing. I tried it once. I grew up in the dirt roads of Georgia, so wasn't really my cup of tea, but I like seeing people do it. You know what I mean? I always wanted to get back in. I don't know, some type of biking. I don't know, maybe some type of, I don't know what you call it, a hybrid where it's like part e-bike or part where you can control it yourself. Uh, but I don't know. I started looking into different makes and models, and they got kind of pricey. The main thing was like the batteries that you would need for certain type of bikes like that. But I don't know. I hadn't rode one in years, but I guess they say it's one of those things. Once you know how to do it, it's always with you.
Yeah, good old diesel moped, man. Like a 1 cylinder, probably like a 200 cc, even a 100 cc diesel, to where you could pedal it if you run out of gas. It's old school, I know. You can pedal it if you run out of gas, or you could just
Yeah, I
use the
look like
motor.
a real goofball on the moped, dude. Like who just
I know you're 6'7", man. But if you get the big
look at
wheels,
this guy.
you don't
Look
look
at
as bad.
Brutus the beefcake on the moped. Oh no, but I like to get me a good bike though. I keep saying it. We got a couple bike shops here in the area. Whether I go with them or not, kind of talk to somebody in person, see what they think about it. But
As for skate parks, man, a lot of it closed down. Because after Tony Hawk got old, and what's the other thing that made skateboarding big, man? I forget. I totally brain farted, man. I'm getting old, but yeah, after he got
kind
old,
of different.
it's just,
Imagine it kind of comes in waves, different people, different things like that.
I don't know. The other thing is, it's just the taxes, man. To keep them open, people were like saying, yeah, there's too much people starting fights at the skate parks, and also breaking their legs and arms. It was too dangerous, so they just basically
Got
shut them down,
some,
man.
there's a lot of different trails around here. I'm not opposed to walking. I'm a walker, but I like to have me a good bike. To have that option. Find one for my size, my weight, what I need. Even if it's just a regular bike. Uh, whatever even a regular bike is, I don't know. It's
See,
been years
well, the
since I
problem,
rode one.
like if you want to take a bike on a jet, I think it has to be less than 20 inches wheels, and it has to fold. You can't take it on a jet or a bus or a train. That's the problem.
Oh no, no, I ain't taking no bike on no bus. No, if I'm gonna throw it in the back of the truck, take it where I want to go, hop out, hit a few trails, get the cardio in.
I don't know. For me, it actually works good to take it on a jet. Like, say if I was to go to the Azores, I just take a bus. Sorry, yeah, bus. I just take a jet, and then I take the what do you call it? Pull out the bike and unfold it, and then take a bus from that airport. Uh, I take the bike to just the bus stop, and I could take a bus 2 hours around the whole island for €2. I don't have to spend those $7.60 a
Ain't never
gallon.
took the local the local public transportation buses around here, dude. I wouldn't even know which one went to which. I thought about just getting on one day and just getting on there and just seeing where the heck it went. I don't even know how much it costs or nothing. It's probably you got to have some type of card or something. Ain't no telling. Probably don't get in there and throw no change in the bucket no more.
Well, it's actually going to take a long time because you got a lot of stops. Like here in the United States, I'm guessing anywhere is going to be a long time for a
Nah, it was
bus
just gonna be
to
like
get.
a self experiment. I already knew. I was just gonna get on there and ride it. See if it brings me back to where I got on that. Cool. I don't know. I don't know how it goes. You pay one fee and you just get to sit on there. I don't know how it goes.
See, for an island, buses kick ass, man. They're the best. Either that or a ferry, but buses are the best. They don't have a train, obviously, and taxis work too, but buses are cheaper than taxis and Ubers. So yeah, no, for an island like Hawaii or Azores, it's the best because you can go around the whole island in 2 hour
I
2 hour
might do that one
bus
day.
ride.
Just get on the local bus and just go live and see where it takes me.
Do you have an island out there in Georgia, man? Like outside of Savannah?
There's a ton of islands off the coast of Georgia. Many different islands. Even towards like down near Lower Savannah, you got they call it the Golden Isles. The Golden Isles of Georgia. Just so whenever you get a chance, just look that up in your spare time. There's all type of stuff about it. But yeah. Or even Cumberland Island. It's got a lot of historic value. It's where the wild horses roam. Beautiful horses. There used to be tales of thousands of these horses that were down there. Now I don't know what the numbers are. Maybe probably in the hundreds, maybe. If that.
Do they got a bus on those islands that you could just take a bike and then take a bus, or vice versa?
No, they got like different things. They got once you get there, I mean, you can ride around to certain places, but ultimately there's some places you get up to you can't go. You know, you can walk it, but you're not like driving it. But they do have like shuttle buses, tour buses, those type of things that take you to like different sites, different uh viewpoints, historical, markers. Good night, Vicky. You have a blessed night. I appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Oh yeah. We'll get me another golf cart one day. We'll get to the point where I get a golf cart just to ride down into the mailbox where I'm getting no mail, Just go check the mailbox that gets no mail.
That's a good answer, dude. Golf court, yeah. Forgot about that.
Now I might do that one day just as a social experiment. Just get on the bus and just see where it goes.
I mean, golf courts, the batteries, it depends on what you get. The 12-volt batteries or the 48s. It's better to get just the 12-volt batteries, like car batteries, pretty much.
Shoot, if I get me one, it's gonna be gas powered.
Sometimes diesel goes farther, man. Good old red diesel, farm diesel. Put some farm diesel in that thing, man. On a 1-cylinder diesel.
I've had the battery ones before. They're good for a little while, but they just ain't got the power. I like a little extra power. I know it's still a golf cart, but I like a little extra oomph in it.
Yeah,
Like when
not red
go
diesel
up and
works.
down the hill a few times.
It's just kind of hard to find a diesel motor. I got one. I could tell it to you on panel. It's a new motor for a generator, for a diesel generator, for a PTO generator. It's
I
about
can get a
as
good golf cart pretty cheap. We got several facilities in the area that make them.
Do they make diesel ones, man? It's probably the best because you can go
No,
like.
they might. We got the two big ones. We got the two big ones. We got, what is it, Club Car, and what's the other one? Easy Go. We got Club Car and Easy Go facility, and a couple other little facilities that they kind of like do like subcontractor work or whatever. You can get stuff from them. A friend of mine, he got a golf cart through there. He got two of them. He got like, just a standard 2-seater, 2 in the front or 2 in the back. And he got one, man. It's like the Cadillac of golf carts. It's 1, 2, 3. You can hold like, I don't know, 6 or 8 people. He got the audio system. He got the light package. He got the whole shebang. He got the party. He got the party wagon. But it's pretty cool. It's gas. Is the little one's battery powered, but the big one is gas. But it kind of makes sense, If you got that thing loaded down, or if you got a cooler on there, yeah, it eat up them batteries quick.
See, the cool thing about diesel is they go about 130 to 150 miles on 1 gallon. So it's
There
good
you
fuel
go.
efficiency.
I was about to say, hopefully that's not how fast it goes. That's too fast. That's not even a go kart. That's faster than Mario Kart. But no, yeah, I
No.
bet for the gas.
For the miles per gallon, yeah.
Well, a friend of mine's dad used to have a car back in the day. I forget what it was. And I went over there, and I didn't even know it was a diesel, but I forget what kind of car this was.
Volkswagen, Audi.
No, it wasn't a Volkswagen. I think it was an American car. Man, I can't remember what it was now. I said, damn, he crunked it up. I said, damn, that's a diesel. Huh.
Jeep. Maybe a Jeep Cherokee. They came with diesels too back in the 80s.
No, it was like a car. It was like a 4-door car. Man, I forget what it was.
Toyota.
It had to have been maybe a late 70s or 80s model. A late 70s, early 80s model, whatever it was. I don't think it was, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't Volkswagen. I don't think it was. No, it was an American car.
They used to make those little Rabbit, the Volkswagen Rabbit trucks. They were diesel, front wheel drive
It
diesels.
almost kind of
Like a,
looked like a what's that kind of car? It almost kind of looked like the old school, maybe Buick or a Cutlass kind of. And I can't remember what it was. He had
oh,
all
I got
type
you.
of cars.
It's
He,
an Oldsmobile. They made
he,
diesels. Oldsmobile.
it probably was. It had to have been. Yeah, he had all type of stuff, dude. He had old Firebirds, old Camaros, uh, old money. He had all type of cars. He worked on cars. He collected cars. Yeah, dude.
I mean, they go. Their miles per gallon is great, but it's just if they get air in the lines and the injector pump sucks. And if it has a turbo, yeah, try not to get a turbo diesel. But all of them have turbos now, so you're kind of screwed with diesel. So anything after 1989 is turbo diesel.
Yeah, yeah, it had to have been. I forget. I don't know. It might have been an '80s model. I can't remember, but yeah, probably was an Oldsmobile.
And for gas, man, they turboed that. Anything after 2014, I think everything's pretty much turboed now too. It's like Flex Fuel or EcoBoost. So yeah, turbos when they get air in the lines, when they start leaking, they run bad, man. Sometimes it's better not to have a turbo. Sure, you don't go as fast. You don't waste as much fuel either.
Shit, knowing this guy, it probably did have the turbo. He was the turbo. If it came with the turbo option, he's getting it.
Yeah, nah. With the way gas prices are on diesel, man, you don't want to keep on sucking more fuel, just to go a little bit faster on the
Shit.
takeoff.
I know diesel went down dramatically in my area. It went down. It's still above what our gas prices are, but it went down faster than the gas. It went from like I don't know. It was over like it was in five something, but now it's like I don't know, like 420, 430. It went down a good bit. Gas went down some, but it's still above $3, or right around $3 in some places.
It's actually 490 here, 492. So it's under $5. I'm pretty happy to.
I'm gonna find out tomorrow when I go get gas. I'm gonna find out how much it is.
I'm talking about gas for
Yeah,
diesel, man. Ours is we use red diesel, farm
well, it's
diesel, but
pull up day. Maybe I need to cash in on my Kroger points. I remember back in the day when Kroger was in the area, and everybody started doing like the loyalty cards, and it was like Kroger, the only place you come to where you don't have to have a member's card. Now everybody's got the card. Now everybody's got the points. Everybody's pointing it up.
you guys got a Pilot out there or Flying J's?
Oh
Truck
yeah,
stop?
Pilots, Flying J's. What's the other one we got? Yeah, we got several. It's a pretty Augusta's a good junction and in and around here for those type of things. So yeah, it's all different. Uh, Pilot J, yeah, those type of ones. And then they just built all these stores. I don't like them. I went in there two times and I didn't like it either time. I ain't never went back. But they're Parkers. Man, they're building them. They built these things everywhere, dude. And it's like a joke. It started to be like a local joke. Anytime you seen like some type of groundbreaking on the corner, people's like, "Oh, there goes another Parker's." But dude, more times than not, it seems to be true. We joke about it, but boom, there comes another Parker's. Like, why do we need this many gas stations? They're like the they're like the Dollar General gas stations. They're everywhere.
Yeah, no, we don't got Parkers out here, man. It's just either Love's truck stop or Flying J's or Pilot.
But yeah, we
It's
got loves. We got a few loves at a couple different spots. But yeah, you go into the Parkers, dude. If you ain't doing it on the digital kiosk, dude, you don't even exist in there. And I said, well, it was brand new. I said, well, I'll go in there. I know they probably ain't got the best food, but I'll try the kitchen out, see what they're working with. Dude, you got to do everything with the kiosk. The kiosk was glitching. The people couldn't understand it was glitching. They was telling you to go back to the kiosk. And basically, I realized I needed to get the heck out of there. Everything was seasoned up in there.
It's kind of like the Apple iPhone store, man. Here in California, seizes up.
And then, like a dummy, I went back the second time. I said, all right, maybe they done got it. Maybe they're not seizing up in here anymore. And dude, it was even worse. Dude, it was more people in there, and nobody knew what was going on, but they're trying to sell you everything. I'm like, nah. But like they say, you build it, they will come. These people definitely show up to it. They got to get more of it. Unfortunately, can't get much more of this. I think we've solved enough of the world's problems. We've offset enough of the global warming and the carbon footprint for this evening. You know, it's a miracle. It really is. What you think about it? Any final thoughts, words, concerns as we shut it down for this evening, early morning?
Nah, man, it's already 3:17 where you're at, man. Here it's 12:17, so yeah, it's time
Dude, I
to
went
bed,
to the
man.
hibachi, dude, and the dude was flipping and he was flaming and I think it gave me a second spark that I didn't even need. But yeah, no, it was a pretty good day, pretty good week. Got a lot accomplished. Definitely see what the next week's coming. I don't know what I got going on tomorrow. I don't know. Tomorrow might be adventure day. See what tomorrow brings. Sleep in a little bit, get a riffraff enough time to think about it, get out the way, and that should give me a pretty good takeoff path somewhere. I don't really think I'm gonna do a backstage tonight. I'll probably just end it. But I do appreciate everybody checking in, tuning in at some point, for whatever it was worth. I know it was a little late, a little spur of the moment, but sometimes that's how it goes. Sometimes that's how it happens. Definitely, definitely much appreciated. You stay blessed and stay safe out there, Ian. Yeah, I don't know. I think they were calling for some bad storms in some areas. Just be safe out there. I know it got pretty wild here for about an hour this afternoon. Hopefully that ain't how the rest of the weekend's gonna go, but we shall see. Yeah, shall see. Definitely, Cheryl, as always. Don't know what's going on for the weekend. I don't know if anybody else got anything set up or planned for live. I don't know if I'll go live again tomorrow, but just stay tuned, check in. Appreciate everybody being here. Stay safe, stay blessed throughout your weekends, travels, whether you're going out and about or you're staying home. Just you know, whatever it may be. 420 Wild Dragon. Hey, some people just like the grand entrance, you know. You put yourself on mute and you say you're shutting it down, and like, oh shit, what's this dude doing? He's shutting it down. Nah, flame on. Always keep the flame lit. Always keep the flame lit. The flame is always on. But oh, definitely, definitely stay safe, stay blessed. Let's see here. Where's the thing at? Where's the button? Uh, yeah, I don't know. I may go check out one of the markets tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be the outdoor market, the flea market, or the I don't know. I ain't been to the Mennonite market in a while. Might go down there and see what they got going on. But we shall see. Till the next Watt episode, whatever Watt time that may be. Stay blessed. Be the best version of yourselves. God bless y'all.